Hello. What's happening?
Hello, 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 hello.
Hello. What is up? Guys, this is the first time we've ever done this. We're trying 2 live streams at the same time. And my mind is being blown right now, Christian. We decided to do this on election day. Welcome everyone to We Don't Even Know. So excited to have you. Christian, you look amazing. You ready to do this? Yeah. Where's Justin? I thought Justin's gonna do our opening with us. Let's do it.
I'm here.
Justin, hi. Justin, the intern's in the house, you guys. This is how we start our monthly We Don't Even Know show. Today is our special election day fun grab bag. I've always wanted to say grab bag marathon. We've got all these amazing guests, and but we don't start the show right unless we start it out. And we're gonna do 2 verses. We're gonna change it up a little. You guys ready? Justin, the intern, and Christian, ready?
Yep.
1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. We don't even know.
We don't even know.
With Christian Felix, Janelle involvement, and Justin the intern. We don't even know. Here we go. Everybody vote.
Yeah.
Everybody vote. With Christian Felix, Janelle involvement, and Justin the intern. Everybody vote. Come on, Christian. Thank you. The gentleman. Thank you so much. That's the way we start the show. It's been a rough year. It's been a rough 4 years, but we're still here. We're still alive, bringing to you the best of brilliant people from across this country, many of them from here in New York. I'm from our headquarters in downtown Manhattan. Christian, where are you?
I'm in our satellite location in Brooklyn.
And Justin, where are you?
I'm in the satellite location in Queens. So,
nice. So we're all over the place. We've been, isolating ourselves pretty well. We've been really strict about, taking precautions in terms of we haven't been hanging out, the 3 of us. I did a rooftop with Justin recently, but yeah, but that's about it. We hope you're being safe. And we're ready. We got lots in store for you. We have our first guest here already.
Wow.
Yeah, let's hear it. Let's get. This is the one and only. He's been on our show twice. He co-hosted the show with me once. Yeah. Okay. Thanks, Justin. He co-hosted the show with us. He's a brilliant songwriter, illustrator, and artist overall. A longtime friend of We Don't Even Know. His name is Marcellus Hall. Let's hear it for Marcellus. Hi, Mars. Drink that water. Get it down. You need it. You got to have a good voice for the show. How are you? Oh, let's get your mic. You're muted. So let's see if unmute you. All right. I think you're almost.
How's that?
Yeah, there you go.
Much better. Mars, you were looking like $1 million. What's the occasion?
It's WDEK.
We feel so lucky. And I know it's rare for you to do live performances. You haven't been doing that so much during this pandemic. So we feel very lucky to have you with us.
I feel lucky to
okay, one question. Yo, thank you. Did you vote?
Oh my God. I'm gonna do it.
You forgot.
No, I'm gonna do it.
Okay, that's an official question. Well, we would love to hear you play a song for us today. Will you?
Yes.
Okay, what's it called?
Don't forget to vote. This is called The Kitchen Sink Blues, and it's coming. It'll be on my next album, which I hope to release next year. Which the working title is we don't have a title yet, but this song is called "The Kitchen Sink Blues," and it's just about just about everything.
Oh, beautiful. I like that. Okay.
Everything but the kitchen sink.
Boom.
Take it away.
All right. How am I doing?
Sounds good.
I'm sitting in the kitchen with my chin upon my palm. Sitting in the kitchen with my chin upon my palm. I'm trying to stay collected, cool and calm. I'm staring at the chair on which she used to sit. I'm staring at the chair on which she used to sit. God, I swear it's like she just left it. I almost feel as if I could still see her face. Well, I almost feel as if I could still see her face. And I can still feel the sweet touch of her embrace. Well, I'm looking at the wall on which her picture hangs. I'm looking at the wall on which her picture hangs. I can still feel my fingers running through her bangs. I listen to the clock tick above the sink. Oh, I listen to the clock tick up above the sink. You think drip, and I think I am sitting in the kitchen with my chin upon my palm. Oh, I'm sitting in the kitchen with my chin upon my palm. I'm trying to stay collected and cool and calm. I'm trying to stay collected, cool and calm. I am trying to stay collected, cool and calm.
Woo, 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 woo.
Yay! Thank you.
Nothing like a little harmonica on a Tuesday.
I love, man, Marcellus, your voice is one of my favorites in the world. You know that. Thank you so much. And in terms of the rest of your day, what are you going to do beyond watching us?
Yeah, actually, don't hold me to this, but I was actually thinking of going outside with my sketchbook and walking around and maybe capturing some of the election events. People voting.
Oh, that's so cool.
Yeah, maybe.
That's a great idea.
It's kind of chilly.
Well, America, Marcellus Hall, outside of being a brilliant musician, is a brilliant illustrator, and you can go to his website. It's marcellushall.com. MarcellusHall. I can show you if I just took you around. I have a lot of his work around my home, but that sounds so cool. Send us,
Mark, I have a quick question before you go too. Number one, how did you vote? Were you absentee? Were you in person? Did you drop off at the ballot box? Like, tell us how you did it.
I had some anxiety about how to do it, and I requested an absentee ballot. I filled it out, and then someone told me, oh, you can just go down the street here and vote early. So I went there, and it wasn't a long line, so I voted that way. Boom. And then so now I think I'm set, right?
Yeah.
Done.
You know, I could mail in the ballot too to make 2 votes. No, to double check.
Can't do that.
Mars,
You cannot do that.
not trying to do that, Mars.
I'm telling you not to do that.
No, but you know what I just read though is that if you accidentally did both or whatever, they just count the one that you did in person. That's what I was going to say.
That's
Okay.
a good point.
Okay, good.
Okay, everybody, America, just so
Now,
you know, they'll cancel you out.
Now,
Well-
Mars, I have another question for you, Mars. The other question I have for you is, in addition, so you have some new music coming out. That's really exciting. Do you have any, are you working on any new books? Because I got to tell you, some of those children books, they are big. I have some big fans.
Oh, cool. Thank you. Yes, I'm working on a book right now for this Portuguese comic book store / publisher. He's asked me to create a comic book. So it's just 32 pages of whatever story I want to tell. And it's just sort of a social satire kind of thing that I've been working on actually all during this pandemic. And I hope it turns out good. It's almost done. I'm going to send it in to him, and then we'll print it sometime. Maybe next year it'll come out.
Oh, that's awesome. I just had some friends that moved to Portugal, so I'm going to have to let them know.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. Well, you guys, we got the next guest is telling me he's ready to come in.
Oh.
So we got to kick you out, Marcellus.
Mars,
Time
you
is
got-
of the
you got to
essence
get
here.
kicked out.
But thank you for sharing that. I just let everybody that's in on this show, it may sound rude because we may be kicking you off, but we do love you and we are thankful for you being here. Sometimes Christian, like, you know, I have to slow him down. There's some of those snoring questions that he asks. I'm like, no, we don't have time for that today. But you are always interesting to me, Marcellus. Thank you, Christian. Love you, Mars. Have a great rest of the day, and we're going to listen and get your music when it comes out, okay? Thanks.
Peace.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
All right. So I am so excited. We have so many guests. And so just so you know, everyone that's on the show, we love you. We're just going to be moving really quickly. And so we're not having our normal 25-minute conversations with everyone. And this mostly is a note for Christian, which is awesome. He's celebrating our guest, but we got to keep things rolling. So for any of you that are going to be on the show, just know, I might say, hey, we got to go. And it's going to be cool. You're going to still love me. Right, Christian?
I still love you, Shanali.
I have lots to want to talk to you about. So, I just, in fact, I want to talk about some of these things with our next guest too. Our next guest, and I am just joking, I am just saying we're moving right along. We got a next guest here on time, ready to go. He is so funny. And the thing is, regardless of what you all think of him, which I know you love him, he makes me laugh. Like, he made me laugh before he was famous. Meaning he's legit funny. He's also a good friend. He also actually had Marcellus play music at his wedding. So it's a tight knit circle here. It's a family here. He's a wonderful actor, comedian, writer, friend. His name is Jon Glaser. Let's hear it for Jon, everybody. Here he is. Jon, awesome to have you. Welcome. I'm unmuting you. There you are. Oh yes, this is what I'm talking about. Jon Glaser.
In the Zoom room.
Man, oh God.
You made it. You made it.
Listen,
Yeah,
I want to just be very clear that I was not saying, when I texted you to say I'm ready, that was not, it wasn't an angry I'm ready. That wasn't like, hello, I'm ready. It was just, I'm here. I felt like you just immediately went like, oh, our next guest is ready.
I used you, Jon. I'm sorry. I used you. We needed to move along. I could tell Christian was going down this long and winding path, and I needed that. So I'm sorry that I used you. I threw you under the bus. You definitely, I did not get that feeling. I just
John,
had
it's
to
always
stop.
helpful to know where the pressure comes from. So I appreciate the context. Context is everything.
Good to hear, because I started feeling bad. I didn't want Marcellus to feel like, oh.
You love
this.
Marcellus. Marcellus loves you. It's like such a wonderful, wonderful friendship. I just had a vision of him performing at your wedding while he was playing. I started getting really sentimental about that.
I know, I was thinking the same thing. I was transported back to that
beautiful
moment in time.
Yeah, pre 2016. It's really a lot better time.
There's a lot of things that are pre 2016 that are pretty good, and a lot of things that are shitty. Oops.
True.
Making sure my daughter's not in earshot.
Oh yeah. Oh, so
she's heard it all. Sorry.
Tell us how about your day? I mean, we really are celebrating voting here. And even though I think those on this show, all of us, we may take it for granted that we all sort of know what to do and take advantage of being able to vote. But, how did it go? Was it easy? Was it?
For me, it was relatively easy. I voted early last week. Can't remember what day, but I got up at 5:30, and it was one of those like, oh, it's so early, and then you just realize, no, people do this every day for their lives. People have to get up early, so it's not even a big deal. And I've had that experience many times when you find yourself complaining about something trivial like getting up early. You realize how hard a lot of people have it in the world that have to get up early every day and schlep in an hour and commute. So it's all good perspective. But in any case, I also forgot to post this on my social media. Sorry,
That's all right, John. I did tag you, and I know that people love you. So, that helped for sure.
But I totally spaced. I'm sorry. But anyway, so back to the voting. So I got up early. I got to my polling place it opened at 7 a.m. that particular day, and I got there about 6:40. There was already a line around the block, but not too bad. And by the time it opened, a lot of, the line moved pretty quickly. By the time I actually got to the front door,
the
line had, like, the front door of this big building was about halfway between two avenues. And the line went like around the corner and then stopped by the time I got there. So it wasn't too bad. And then by the time I actually got to the front door, the line had gone all the way around the whole building and then even across the street. So it was getting pretty nuts even that early. But
exciting.
It was cool, whatever. It's all weird and stressful and anxiety inducing and all that, but it obviously feels good to vote. You want to feel like you got a tangible way of at least feeling empowered. And, it is, I wish I had done more of that kind of stuff. I've been putting all this stuff in my social media posts and just trying to do what I can there. And of course, doing things otherwise, but Leslie, Leslie.
We're good friends, your wife and I.
She, co-runs this group called Persisticon, and they do a lot of really cool events. And they did this postcard writing Zoom thing, and I did that, and that felt really. I was amazed at how empowering it felt to actually feel like you're, besides doing things like voting and putting the word out, to actually tangibly do something like write postcards.
It's so true.
I wrote some postcards this time too. And for Obama, I actually was able to go out and we canvassed in Philadelphia and kind of did the door-to-door thing. Can't do that these days, with the pandemic. And so, that kind of engagement feels good. I know this is slightly off topic, but I have to comment on the fierce red, white, and blue that you got going on.
It is fierce.
I'm curious, is it more because of the team that you support, or is it more because of this patriotic day that we're in right now? Or is it a combination of both?
No, it has nothing to do with patriotism. This is all about sports and my team and just having as many diversions as I can today. So I'm not thinking about, the TV's not on. I'm sitting on the couch. I'm looking at a blank screen on the TV. I want to just not think about this today until the evening when we all check it out and see how things are going. So I felt like, I'm a sports nut, and I'm glad that sports are back, even though it's weird. But so whatever, I just thought I'd throw this on. But I guess it does have the sort of residual patriotism.
It does. And I mean, just one more question about apparel, because I know, Jon, that you're fierce when it comes to gear.
Sure.
I just had a question around, in this new landscape of the pandemic, is there any go-to gear that you would just recommend or have a suggestion about?
Wow. I think get yourself some athletic gear and go exercise. I've been doing a lot of trail running, and it is just, I live not too far from Prospect Park, and it's really been my salvation these last many months. I mean, I enjoy doing it anyway, and I've been doing it for a few years, but now more than ever, it's really, I went for a run this morning, and it's so beautiful out. It's cold. It feels good. The sun's out, and it was a nice way to start this weirdly stressful day, to just get a good hour of just running in the woods.
You know, I think that not enough people actually encourage other people to exercise, you know, in public. But you are absolutely right. It is my saving grace through this time where we really aren't allowed to do much else, and exercise, it makes me feel so much better. So
actually, trail running is so nice because there's next to nobody in the woods. And you can really be alone, pull your mask down, not worry about that. Because even going into the park can be stressful. There's a lot of people.
Right.
If you're running the loop, there's enough people around where, even though being outside, all I've heard and read is that it's pretty low risk. You should still have your mask up and be courteous and all that.
Right.
But the woods, I mean, there's no one around. It's just the great.
There isn't anybody around, but I gotta ask, Jon, because I mean, I've encountered some pretty crazy urban wildlife. I mean, Prospect Park is really expansive. It's big. There's a lot of cavernous kind of weird places to go. I gotta say, I think that squirrels are in heat right now, and you know, I don't know if they confuse my fro with something that they need to sleep with. Anyway, are you encountering any wild urban wildlife on those trails?
I haven't had anything too bad, but I had a cool thing, like where one of the places where I'll kind of scoot in is near the Prospect Park Zoo. And there's a trail that goes around this fence on the northernmost part of the park, and there's peacocks. And I saw some peacocks the last few times I've run. They've just been out there. It's pretty cool. And then, you know, I like to make stupid slow-mo videos of me running and put them online just because they're really dumb and kind of enjoyable, but also kind of cool with the slow-mo and make them really stupid. And I did one where I ran by the peacocks, and then I like to put music to them. You know, on Instagram, you can just scroll music and choose something. And I just searched peacock. And this Katy Perry song came out. It's called Peacock. It's so annoying. You know, it's Katy Perry, but it was making me laugh. It's just, peacock, I want to see you. Peacock, peacock, I want to see you. And it was making me laugh pretty hard. It's such a dumb, good song.
I'll have to go check out those peacocks. I like that because they in a cage, so I can handle.
He is not exaggerating. He has sent me videos from outside his window of squirrels that are in heat, that are screaming. You know, I was making fun of Christian until he sent me the proof, and they are completely in his world. There's something about him, and it's unnerving. I got your back on that, Christian. I will support your fear of squirrels in that regard.
Now let me ask this. This just you saying squirrels and then proof made me think of a story about my dad that I can share, unless it's got nothing to do with politics, nothing to do with voting. I won't.
Please, I want to hear. We want to do that.
All right. So when I was working at Conan, I was sharing an office with Kevin Dorff, who's an improviser friend of mine from Chicago, and he was writing at the show at the time. And every day we get to work, we'd sit on our desk and turn on your computers, and there's always just a bunch of emails. And my dad would always just send me the most annoying emails, about a bunch of boring topics. And one was just, I get this one email from him, and the subject heading is just, here's what's been driving Max and Murphy crazy. And Max and Murphy were his two dogs at the time. I opened the email, and it's just a photo of his back porch sliding glass door. You see the woods, and then in the very lower right corner of the screen is a squirrel. And it's just, so I guess this squirrel shows up and the dogs go crazy. But that was it. It wasn't like a video of the dogs barking and screaming, just a photo of a squirrel. Okay. And to me, it's like one of those things like, you get these, just boring parent emails. Then there's another email from my dad right after that. And the subject heading just says, more proof. And I open the email and it's basically the same framing, but now the squirrel is over here. Just maybe a foot.
Your dad and I would be best friends.
But it's like, it's the most unexciting, and it's not like this crazy update. It's just the squirrel was moved over a little bit. So from that point on, and to this day, whenever I'd show up to work and open my computer, and we were back to back, we're not looking at each other. If I open my computer and see like some annoying email from my dad, and I would just, Kevin would always hear me just like, that an annoyed sigh of some kind of annoying email from my dad. And I would just hear from over my shoulder, more proof.
Literally about squirrels. Oh, that's beautiful.
God.
Those
So
things
we
sound like they're worth 1,000 words. I got to tell you, those little incremental changes can be the meaning between life and death. Your dad is not
100%. I want to hear what a screaming squirrel sounds like.
No joke.
Don't.
The fact is, we're going to send it to Jon because I had never heard this sound, and I played it for Jasper, and he immediately said, "Oh, that's a squirrel in heat." I mean, he knew exactly what the screeching sound was.
Squirrel in heat.
Sounds like they're going, I mean, they're really scared.
So it's specifically the squirrel in heat.
It's
Yes.
a screeching sound of desperation and just like nature's last gasp. And on your run, Jon, actually, there's an urban legend, but it's true. I've seen it twice. There is a white squirrel in Prospect Park, an all albino white squirrel in Prospect Park. Be on the lookout. Be on the lookout. That's a squirrel that I would chase, actually. Because
that's good to know now, because it's always nice to have something to think about on your runs. Right. Sometimes even, oh man, I would love to see this white squirrel.
The white squirrel at Prospect Park.
It'll be like my Moby Dick.
I can't wait. If you do, please take a pic for us. Or of course you will. Of course.
For sure. Oh my God. Wow, white albino squirrel.
Albino squirrel. Who knew?
Well, Jon, we've had a great time with you. We really thank you for being with us so much. And love to your family. And make it through the day. Don't watch any television. I guess you're gonna have a good day. That's what we're doing.
Yeah, I gotta go shower. I still haven't showered from my run.
Awesome. Yeah.
I stink and I'm dirty.
Go do that.
Thank you for being here, and thank you for that squirrel story. Is that that's proof of the
more proof.
More proof.
Well, let's hope we have more proof of less fascism at the end of the day today.
Yes. Please. Please.
Bring it back.
That's my squirrel scream. All right, well, be well, guys. Good to see you.
All right, thank you, Jon. We'll see you soon. We'll talk to you later. Bye.
Wow.
I love that he had a squirrel story and about the concept that his dad had proof of that little bitty squirrel. Because when you were sharing your squirrel story, I have to tell you, and Christian, I got your back, but I could not understand what a screeching squirrel was. And then, you had the backup of Jasper, who's not here, and then you sent me the video.
Yeah, but listen,
and actually, on our next show, we got to share it.
I'm happy to, but I just want you to know, nature waits for no one, okay? These moments happen really, really, really quickly. I'm not just looking at nature. I'm working, I'm busy, I'm doing my life. And then all of a sudden, blue jays, and little birds and squirrels just be coming at me. And so I'm like, oh my God, let me capture that. And then nature doesn't wait. So I'm just saying, I'm doing my best. Those little proof pictures really, really are bigger than you think.
No, good point. I'm gonna feel. Yeah, I think.
Thank you.
So you know what? Next show,
precisely because of that point, I stay on the loop.
Next show, we're going to share the
Video. Okay.
Unfortunately, we got so much. We're going to move on. We got our next guest. Thank you, Jon Glaser. Thank you, Marcellus Hall. Now we got to move on. We have a guest here that I met recently. He is a former improv actor. Once you're in comedy, you're always in comedy. But he is he has a podcast called the Iowa Idea Podcast, and he was willing to come in to talk to us sort of about what's happening in Iowa. I just want to hear from a swing state person that can tell us what's going on the ground floor. His name is Matt Arnold. Let's hear it from Matt. Hi, Matt. Thank you for being here. How are you? We are excited to have you here with us today.
We are still connecting to audio. You know, he is.
Oh, yeah.
So.
Oh, yeah.
There he is.
Hi, Matt. Hey, you're muted. Let me ask to unmute you. Okay, there we go.
There we are.
Janelle, how are you doing?
Good to see you, Matt.
Great to see you. Christian, great to see you. Before we get rolling, Christian, I listened to episode 84 a little while ago. Just want to let you know, I come from a large Irish Catholic family and support you. Got a big hug for you. Next time I'm in New York, or if you're in Iowa City, we're grabbing beers, we're having fun, but I love you, buddy.
Awesome, man. Thank you so much. And my big Irish Catholic family, they're lovely, awesome people, and it's just about how we can support each other even better in these moments. So
very, very diplomatically said.
So Shonali, I was thinking initially that I was going to go to some polling places, but just for context, Iowa City, Johnson County, Iowa, it's about the bluest of the blue, and early voting was out of control. And
awesome.
We have about 24 polling places in Iowa City. I drove by 6 of them, and just everything looked normal, kind of general flow, not a lot of folks. But I want you to know I did create my own "We Don't Even Know" press pass, just in case.
I love it. Oh man,
that might be a first, Shonali. I think that might be a first.
With the word access. I didn't say what type of access, just access.
Oh man.
And then on the back, I had I had my constitutional First Amendment right, just in case I was pushed away.
Oh my gosh, you're brilliant. We need that.
I hope the lawyers will appreciate. I did have a Daily Herald versus Monroe that allows us to go talk to people, but not do electioneering.
Now we know where to go when we need a press pass.
If you see that, I also had the ACLU voter rights hotline if I need to talk to anybody. So.
If things got a little dicey,
Yeah. Well, I like the preparation.
So, and one last thing is at the very bottom in Latin, just to make it seem special. I did the Latin translation for "We Don't Even Know," followed by "It's Gonna Get Weird." So with that. What update do you want from this landlocked swing state?
Well, you know what? And I sort of gave you a little bit of, obviously for all of us who have not been to Iowa before, I think it's like, it is a mystery. And until I met you, I got a better idea. I've traveled the country many times touring with my band, small towns, big towns. I'm from Tennessee. But I think, especially living in New York City, that folks don't really know what the demographics across the board of Iowa. They might assume they know, but what are we dealing with in terms of the voting population this year?
Yeah, it's this might not seem surprising. Predominantly white state, but it is more urban than rural. Over 60% of the population does live in urban areas, and in some of the big urban areas. Really good friend of mine was a principal of a middle school in Des Moines, Iowa. And there were 36 different languages spoken in his building. And 95% of those kids were on free and reduced lunch. So when you think about America, right, it's still America. But it's still more rural, more white. And I don't know, sorry, did that answer the question? I was about to ramble.
That was helpful. No, that is helpful.
I've been drinking since 7 today. So.
Oh, good. You know what?
And I had to teach today.
Oh, wow. You deserve it. You deserve it all. So in terms of then, like, how do you feel when we hear all this news on the outside? Oh, Trump's moving up in at the polling, and we live in New York, so we pretty much know what's happening here. But what about you? How does that make you feel? Is that what you are you worried, or we would love to win Iowa?
Yeah, I mean, I'm on the verge of an existential meltdown.
Okay.
There's been a 4-year dumpster fire going on in America. So I think, Iowa was, according to Nate Silver, and he teased us a lot 4 years ago, and I'm not going back to Nate, just if anybody's asking. But, there's 8 polls in Iowa. Trump and Biden were 50-50 days ago. And they started to separate, but the separation is really tied to one poll. And so we'll have to see the way that 538 is indexing. But of those 8 polls, 5 had Trump in the lead, 3 had Biden, and 1 was even. So it still feels like a toss up. And then we also have a Senate campaign that I think is really important. We have Joni Ernst and Teresa Greenfield. So
yeah, I was going to ask about that. Do you feel any more of a sense of how that may turn out?
That's also a toss-up, but those 8 polls, 5 of those have Greenfield winning, and yet 538 is still giving it to Ernst. So I don't know if you remember, but Ernst made a big deal in her campaign 6 years ago about castrating pigs. And then she also came on the scene talking about as a poor Iowan wearing bread bags for shoes. So today I did some investigative reporting. Did not check the pigs' downtown real estate, but everybody I checked in on had shoes on today and not bread bags.
And you also have that crazy representative. I don't think he's more
Steve King.
Steve King.
He was king of the deplorables. Yes. Racist as all get up and dumb as a box of rocks, but knew how to manipulate his base. But he lost in the Republican primary. So it's Randy Fenstra and J.D. Schlotton. J.D. Schlotton is a left-leaning populist, but it doesn't look like he's going to win.
Okay.
You guys, I'm shaking this bag because Matt is going to be the first person on the show to answer how our democracy works trivia question. Now, these come from random things. Some are silly, some are interesting. I don't know what you're going to get. I can tell that. All right. So let's see. Here we go. For you. Jason Lamb in the house also with us today. So, Jason, I'm asking a trivia question right now. All right. Which of the following groups has sometimes been responsible for drawing new districts? Question mark. Obviously, I just said it. A, partisan legislative committees. B, redistricting commissions. C, state Supreme Courts. Or D, all of the above.
I'm going to go with all the above.
Yes, you got it. Go, Matt Arnold. First person to answer, you get 5 points for that. And you get a free We Don't Even Know access, press access pass. Your next.
Awesome. So
well, Matt,
before we go, just one thing that I want to throw in. And so 2 things. If you remember, it was still this year. There was the Iowa caucus, which was a complete dumpster fire. And Iowa should lose its first in nation standing. So I'm not arguing for that. One trivia thing I want to throw to you guys, though, is on that Senate race. We have 3 million people in Iowa. We have 2 senators. So from a ratio, we have 1 senator to every 1.5 million. In New York, you guys have 1 senator to every 10 million people.
I saw you put that in our email to us, and I think that data point's so compelling and powerful. And it just really, we have to think about, is our democracy representative to the extent that it can be?
More senators, from a population perspective, more citizens were represented by delaying the Supreme Court than the Republicans that were. So yeah, some big questions there. So I know I'm getting my walk-off music.
Well,
Before I go, two
yeah.
things. Christian, I know you're in Brooklyn. Check out my in local stores, my friend Howard Allen, designer in Maroon Sausage Company, named after the Maroon people, socially conscious. But if you like jerk chicken, he makes jerk chicken sausage.
Okay.
And then the last thing, a friend of mine who's a fashion activist based out of Iowa City, he and his cohort out of Minneapolis, but Andre and Jason have the Humanize My Hoodie movement. So here's my ally of the Humanize My Hoodie sweatshirt. So wanted to get that in today.
That's so
fantastic.
Awesome.
Thank you, Matt.
Thank you so, Matt.
Cheers.
And my last
Thanks
question,
so much.
You're the only person we're going to be talking to in Iowa. My last question to you is, are the people where you're around taking the pandemic seriously?
In Johnson County, yes, and we're a university town. And my best friend is a PhD in immunology. His PhD was in, or he's a researcher in immunology. His PhD is in coronavirology. So yeah, I get the straight dope from him.
Awesome.
Awesome.
All right.
Well,
cheers,
thanks
everyone.
So much.
Hopefully
Matt.
we have a good night.
All right, we're gonna do it. We're gonna do it. Stay strong. We'll see you later.
Love you guys.
Thank you.
Take
Thank
care.
you so much.
Take care.
Bye. Whoa. So first of all, Matt got the first trivia question correct.
He did, Shanali.
Would you have gotten that correct?
I don't know, but we don't have to relitigate the past. I think we're on
Okay.
time.
Well, let's move on. Let's move on. We have our next guest are three incredible women. They are a dance troupe, and they're also three amazing actresses and dancers on their own, in their own right. And their names as a team are Cocoon Central Dance Team. Their names are Sunita Mani, Tally Medel, and Eleanor Pienta. And here's their wonderful dance video that you're gonna love. Oh man, those women make me laugh so hard. The fact that they found each other, to be one of them, to find two other individuals that are willing to do crazy, goofy, and we like the word dumb, and we mean that in the most positive way, but dumb dancing too. And they can really dance too.
They can,
But,
and they look good doing it.
oh
Amazing.
my gosh, and that kid. Okay, ladies, thank you so much, you guys. That was Cocoon Central Dance Team. Everyone, make sure you go to their website, you check out their work. They're so funny. They have a feature-length film they made that came out a couple of years ago. You should watch it. You should watch it. Snowy Bing Bong. I think that's what it's called. Yeah. All right, everybody, we're moving on with the show. Like I said, we have lots of guests. Lucky you, lucky us. We have here one of my dear friends. He is a great actor and a comedian. His name is David Cross. Here he is. Let's have him join us. Hi, David. So excited to see you.
Very excited.
I think he's, start video. Let's see, here he comes.
Just getting the Wi-Fi connection.
Yeah, there he goes. I think he's, hi,
Hello.
David. Hey.
You're on mute, sir.
Oh, yeah. I'll get, oh, yeah.
What voyage are we going on?
The Fantastic Voyage. That's the one.
Are we on? Is this happening?
You're on. You're looking good. You're looking like you're the captain of this ship, or
Is this a holdover from your Halloween costume, or is this a whole new situation?
This is my side job. Yeah.
It's.
I model hats. That's part of what I do. I'm a hat modeler, one of the top hat modelers in probably, I'd say, the tri-state area. You'd have to check with hatmodeling.com, but this has a couple purposes. This is from one of my first jobs, modeling this particular hat. And I also pilot the USS Intrepid, which is where this hat is from. It allows me I can go out I can back up the ship and do a 3-point turn and go about 50 yards in either direction. Then I have to switch hats because I'm not allowed to go further than that. And then, but I can also pilot any booze cruise in the contiguous 48 states. So there's that.
That's really good. I have so many questions, Shanali. And
oh yeah, you go, shoot it, you go.
Are you exclusive to one particular haberdashery, or are you kind of going and different hat shops and hat makers get your talents? Are you exclusive?
That's a great question. It's a really good question.
No need to answer it.
I think it goes without saying.
Oh, okay.
I like to think it goes without saying.
David, so did you vote today? When did you vote?
I am registered in Sullivan County. I changed my registration back in 2016 so I could try to vote out John Faso and vote in Antonio Delgado, who I was part of that. So I was very happy about that. And I think my vote goes further up there.
Yep.
And not further, but I can affect more change than I could in New York City. So I voted by absentee ballot because I had to go to Atlanta to resume shooting that show.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
That's still happening.
I was really nervous about that, very nervous about flying there, about flying on a plane, about going to the airport.
Yeah.
LaGuardia and Atlanta, but it was actually really, and then shooting, it was, they had it down. It was very, I was tested every 48 hours. Everybody was tested.
Wow.
Yeah, it was intense, but it was, I felt very good. And going to the airport was safe. The flight was safe. We had a detour to Jeffrey Epstein's island. That was, 4 hours there, whatever. That wasn't so safe. But then into Atlanta Airport, very safe. Good.
That's reassuring, because I think for most people, everyone's scared to travel, and some people have to travel,
Yeah. Well, I mean, I had to on this occasion. Everybody voiced similar concerns. Everybody in the cast and crew that had to fly in, and yeah, it was really well done. It was very. They had it down. So that
awesome.
Was, yeah, no interaction. Everybody had masks or face shields.
Oh.
There were 3 zones. Like you were either in zone A, B, or C, and nobody could intermingle from those different zones. And it was well done. It was very well done.
Wow.
That's great. After what's the guy, James Patterson, wasn't he going to be Batman and he got sick?
Right. James Patterson is the guy who writes those
books,
like airport.
Robert.
Yeah, Robert Pattinson. Yeah.
Thank you.
Amazing.
See, I live in New York, and James is much more important to me.
Rob, have you all seen The Lighthouse? Did you see The Lighthouse?
So good.
He's great in that movie. I mean, they're both
Yeah.
It's basically Willem Dafoe and just Willem Dafoe and Robert Pattinson, but they're both great. But they're awesome, and that's a great movie. Fantastic.
That's a great movie. That's a great movie. In fact, I watched it with my 14-year-old niece, who then started telling me about the mythology behind the film. I mean, she figured it out. I was wait. But yeah,
so talked about in the movie.
What we were trying to figure out what the mythology was. What was the analogous relationship to a mythological god, and there was a story that's being told. She was the one who brought it up, and that's when we looked it up.
The actual thing in the light of the lighthouse. Oh, I didn't know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's exciting. Pretty soon your daughter's going to be teaching you things, David. It's really exciting.
We had our first, I was upstate with her, Amber's in Toronto and has been for over a month. She's working there. And so I've had her, and we were upstate this weekend, and we had our first moment that I know there are many more to come, and she doesn't know what she's saying, but she said, "What the fuck?" She said it, it was the context wasn't right, but the cadence and delivery was what you would say. And I was like, what'd you say? And then I was like, okay, well, we don't say that. It was one of those things.
She's the cutest. The world out there, when you hear this little cute munchkin, I can't imagine her saying.
It's fun. I mean, it's a very kid thing. They just picked.
It is a very kid thing.
Yeah.
Well, how did you do Halloween? I mean, she's little, so I don't know if she's thinking about missing out on,
we got very lucky in that when this hit, in numerous ways, we got lucky that she was the age that she is, because I have so many friends who have either preteen or teenage kids, and my heart just goes out to those. Mm-hmm. It's really, really tough for them, and all of them. Even the rich ones, even the rich white ones, it's tough on everybody. And
struggle is real.
Yeah.
I really do. I mean, I have so many friends, and it's just heartbreaking, and sometimes I'll talk to them. There'll be Zoom calls and stuff like that, and they're all strong and they're dealing with it, but it's such a bad situation. But she mostly knows, in her this has been going on for 8 months now, and we tell her there's pewees in the air, so we have to wear a mask, and we don't want to get sick, and there's a lot of pewees, and that's why the playgrounds are closed, or the things that are closed that she used to was used to. And we had the same thing with this Halloween. She here, I'll show you a picture. We dressed up.
Yeah.
She wanted to be a witch. She went through like 5 different things. For 2 months. She was going to be Otto, the autopilot from WALL-E, which is just basically a wheel with a light in it. She wanted to be Otto. I was like, all right. Then here, let me get
excited.
So she, I did her makeup and she did my makeup. I don't know if you can see this.
See, she did your makeup. That's so good.
Yeah, she did my makeup and I did her makeup. She's the wicked. She wanted to be a bad. Wanted to be a bad witch. And then she'd go, "Arr." And I didn't want her in Brooklyn for Halloween because I thought, there'll be a bunch of people trick or treating, and I have to tell her you can't do that. So, we had like again, because I'm not working and my wife's out of town, so we went upstate for 3 or 4 days, and we spent Halloween up there, and I got her some candy, and we went to some friends and showed the outfit off basically to a handful of people, and then we went back home and I gave her some candy.
Oh,
Happy that she had some candy.
So David, I'm just gonna fess up right now. I realize how sexist this is. When I saw on Instagram that pic of you and Marlo, and I thought that was Amber saying, I never put you in the equation. I just thought you separately. I was like, Amber was saying she had her makeup done. And I never, ever thought David, I just did not imagine David, obviously for his child, he's going to do her makeup, but I had never envisioned you doing anyone's makeup. And I just immediately assumed it was Amber saying that.
That's sexist. It's homophobic. It's racist. It's classist. It's transphobic.
It's hatist.
It's attist. It's
glad that
a lot of ists, Chanel.
I'm so happy to see that it was you and literally you putting makeup on someone. I mean, have you ever done that before?
I haven't, but I mean, I'm in the business, so I learned not to apply too heavily. I learned to try to shade it a little bit.
Exactly, shading. That's the good terminology. Mm-hmm.
I dated a professional makeup artist for over 3 years, so I got some tips from her.
That's true.
So
you have beautiful skin. I mean, that's a thing. He does. America, he really does. He does not wear much makeup.
I don't wear
really has naturally beautiful skin.
It's not a lot of it. We got lucky.
And he is unlike most white people. He turns brown when he gets tan. Like he.
Oh yeah, super dark. I get really dark. I mean, I'm dark kind of. I mean, it's.
You're naturally You
can't really.
You have like an
olive. Yeah, but in the summer I get quite dark. I've been mistaken a couple times.
Now, David, you've been spending a lot of time upstate, and this is slightly off topic, and I don't want to trigger any anxiety, but I'm wondering, given what you've experienced up there, you've moved your vote strategically up there to make more impact. Have you noticed any difference between like the last general election and this to give you any kind of sense of hope in terms of changing vibes up there? Because it's pretty red.
It's very. I mean, I was just doing kind of what's the word? Just as I was driving. Actually, yesterday I'd taken her to a playground, and she fell asleep in the car, so I drove around for an extra 30 minutes or so, and it's beautiful. It's lovely to drive around there. But my guess is I would say it's roughly 8 or 9 to 1 Trump versus Biden signs that I saw.
Wow.
But the fact that there are any Biden signs, I mean, it's definitely the area I'm in is definitely changing a little bit. It has changed. I've been up there for 13 years now, going on 13 years. And it's definitely changed dramatically since I first got up there, little by little. But I mean, the fact that Delgado is a representative for the 19th district is that says a lot. That says quite
that does.
And he's great. He's fantastic. I co-sponsored town halls and stuff like that, and fundraising for him. And he's amazing. He's really great, and should cruise to re-election. But and the guy he replaced was a idiot and a criminal. But I mean, for the most, I mean, it's pretty. The thing that was dismaying was when COVID hit, and I'm right on the Delaware River, so Pennsylvania is just over the river, and we have friends in Pennsylvania. There are things to do, and you just drive over the bridge and you're there. And when COVID was really bad, the amount of people who were kind of defiantly not masking up, that was pretty depressing.
Yeah.
And I can't speak to their politics. It's a safe assumption they're Trump people, and there's a lot more of those massive Trump flags and like what is the one? What's the Trump flag that has the
no more bullshit?
Yes. See a lot of those things. No more bullshit.
Yeah.
And
that's a great one.
But it reminds me of growing up north of Atlanta, and I was back there. I was there with Marlo because my wife is in Toronto and has been for a while, and I had to bring her down there when I was shooting, and I was driving up to this apple picking farm. We took her one weekend to there's like pony rides and apple slides, whatever the fuck, and just and driving up there, and there's massive Trump signs, and I didn't see one Biden sign. It's all Trump, and
wow.
And the places that are near me upstate, for the most part, I would say are these are houses that it looks like kind of like hoarding is going on, that spilled out into the yard, and just dilapidated stuff, and and I just wonder what is there have been a handful of messages from Trump in these last few months, and what it is that's resonating with these folks. Is it the law and order, Antifa? Is it anti-socialism? Is it which of the lies are penetrating enough for them to go, yeah, these last 4 years have been great, fantastic. I certainly wouldn't want to change. Like I do, and I'm not trying to be funny. Like, what is, of all the different variations of the bullshit that's out there, he's done a great job with COVID. It's he did a great job. China, what is the thing that's making these folks go, yeah, he's definitely getting my vote? I wonder the same thing.
I think partly it is the fact that he's still running on this idea or this image of being anti-establishment and like being a disruptor of like the status quo. And it's wild that they've kind of been able to co-opt that posture and that position with this notion of being a true patriot. And then all that other crazy hyper paranoid stuff around QAnon, deep state. And you realize that there's like so many different conspiracy theories that are under the guise of this anti-establishment BS. And that's where I think that's the message, because he's not offering anything new. He's still talking. I think that's probably a great deal of it starts from the drain the swamp, the even though, this is the most corrupt administration now it is. I think we'll find out way more how corrupt it was, fingers crossed in the coming weeks. But, and I believe COVID, the deaths has been severely under, I believe it's worse than the numbers say they are now. And those are pretty horrific, but yeah.
One of, actually, David, yesterday, Eileen was telling me about in South Pasadena, a group of Trumpsters that gathered where a Black Lives Matter protest has been going on daily for weeks. Mm-hmm. And they took over that corner, and she said she went over and she just sort of sat in the coffee shop near where they were. And she was just telling me how much it just seemed so much like these people didn't seem so scary. And I'm like, in general, they're not scary, right? They're a group, but but she was just saying it was so tapped into almost like a sports team mentality where it's just like they were having a good time. It's happiness to be around each other. And, there's some parts of it is just, there's not much thought into it, except this is my team and I'm just strapped in, But
there's also, if trying to put myself in their shoes, as it were. If you truly believe in that thing that they believe, and we don't know which of the myriad aspects of it, but if they plug in enough of those and they believe, and they have this righteous, ideal, and they have this feeling of right versus wrong. You and Christian and I are wrong. We're socialist, liberal, snowflake scum, whatever. But if you truly believe that you're correcting that right, then you're empowered. There's strength in numbers. It's intoxicating, and it's contagious, and you get with a lot of people, and that's where the similarities to the Third Reich, and just, read Hitler's Willing Executioners. It's that mentality. It's the people who are nice, good. They don't think there's anything bad about what they're thinking or whatever, and it's nationalism mixed with that, and
Yeah, and I also think that it's tapping into the fact that it's easier to hate than it is to like get along with people that you differ from. It's easier to activate these feelings of kind of anger, and I think ultimately there is a kind of a gratification or a sense of like feeling good to kind of be bad, of like lock her up and saying all these things that typically you wouldn't say in kind of more normal, decent times, of being able to agree to disagree or what have you.
I think a lot of it is them, the comfort they give each other when you get there, and that applies to anybody. That applies to Antifa or whatever. When you're in a group, it's a contagious feeling that is spreads quickly, and I don't know. Yeah, this isn't very.
No. Well, I was just going to ask you, have you done what I know? I remember when John Ossoff was running before, you even canvassed for him and you walked and knocked on doors. But in terms of the COVID era of the COVID, what have you been able to do? Because you're like an activist. You do things, and you.
Not as much as I would have liked, but I phone banked a couple times. I was on the board of Democrats for Wisconsin. I did some things. There was a woman I phone banked for twice, a state senator in Georgia running, Joyce Bowen. And that was a great feeling. I thought I did, relatively well. Like I had, God, I don't know how many calls I made in total. The couple times I did it, like I want to say, well over 100, but I only had 2 people hang up on me, and I had more than I expected. I had people going, "Oh yes, I'm absolutely. Who is it? What is she for? Well, I will go vote for her." Talking to them about it. I did a couple PSA type things for various people. I think one for John Ossoff again.
Awesome.
And donated my child's college fund to various groups.
When you did phone banking, did anyone recognize you?
No, it was all over the phone.
I know, but I mean your voice. I mean.
No, and I actually was hoping that might happen, at least to engage people, and I would say my full name. I think you get your little script, and it's like, "Hi, Taniqua. My name is David," and I would always say my full name, just on the off chance somebody went, "From Alvin and the Chipmunks? Did you steal the Chipmunks?" I was hoping for that, but I didn't get that.
Got my vote.
I'd be able to engage people who were on the fence about voting.
Yeah. Oh, I can't imagine. I think David's voice is. I obviously know it very well, but it's one of a kind. No one has your voice, David.
It's America's 4th favorite voice.
And I'm not even going to ask 1, 2, and 3. We know who those are. Yes. The one voice that I will not hear, I will not listen to, I mute on camera from now on out, is our beloved leader. I cannot hear it. I will not hear that voice. That's the most obvious, most favorite voice of everyone in the world. But we might not have to. We're gonna keep this love alive between all of us. Everyone help save our democracy. David, I want to thank you for helping us save it.
Thank you for what y'all are doing.
Thank you for hat modeling as well. This whole time,
Yeah.
you've been double dipping and doing things.
Double dipping. Yeah. And send your daughter our love
and your beautiful wife, Amber, as well.
I will.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, David.
Thanks to everybody who's out there. Thanks to everybody standing in line. Thanks to volunteers. Thanks for everybody. Everybody who's doing everything. Thank you for, hopefully the weather's not too shitty where you are. It turned into a beautiful day here in New York. So hopefully everybody's got decent weather to stand and wait patiently and do your civic duty.
Yes. Thank you. Thanks so much.
Thanks.
Okay, see ya.
Hi, Captain. All right.
Hi, Captain.
I love that. He's double dipping. I mean, being an actor is it's not such an easy life. You got to do what you got to do, you know?
Got to do what you got to do, Shanali. My goodness, time is just flying by on this WDEK election marathon. It feels like a sprint. I got to tell you, Shanali.
Well, I felt pretty pumped from talking to David, just sort of, even though we were talking about things that have bothered us in the past few years, it actually is so nice to be with friends that are just thoughtfully trying to figure out how this is working and where we go and what are other people thinking that not necessarily think like us. And it's always good. It's always good. So
I was just thinking, Shanali, they were the first people that we physically saw together in the pandemic sitch.
Right.
And so that was a wild thing with that little outdoor barbecue. But anyway, it's nice to see that they're healthy, happy, working, and David is continuing to just find new ways of employing himself.
So he's a great multitasker. Not everyone can do that. David can do it. All right. Well, we have a next guest here today, and she is a brilliant comedian. She's a friend to both of us. We love talking to her about anything, and the two of us have had many giggle fits together. So I'm so excited that she's here with us. Her name is Kendra Cunningham. Let's hear it for Kendra. Yay!
I hear she's
Kendra.
Shanali.
Yes.
Oh, Kendra. Woo! Hello.
I think unmute you.
Oh.
Yeah. Yes. Oh my gosh.
Oh my goodness,
love it. You look
so
spectacular.
long.
Oh, yes. Oh, I knew I would enjoy this.
You look gorgeous. We need this.
Oh, thank you. It's so good to see you guys.
It's so good to see you.
And thank you
I
for
missed
doing
you.
this marathon here.
We figured let's not turn on the TV. And we have such brilliant, wonderful friends that are willing to come hang with us. And why don't we share it with the world? So
I love that. I'm in the middle. I just moved this weekend, so I'm in the middle of.
Where are you?
In Brooklyn. I'm in in the room where we put a lot of the stuff we haven't figured out what to do with yet.
Oh, I hear we. There's a we involved in this move.
There's a man.
Yeah.
Yes.
And so is this a bigger place for the two of us, or is this,
it's funny you should ask because it's actually smaller, but it's literally downstairs from our old apartment.
Oh, wow.
We have to move one floor, and it has a yard and a washer dryer.
Oh, okay.
Wow.
I'd surrender some square footage for a washer dryer, let me tell you.
Those of you that are watching us from other cities or other states, just so you understand, having a yard and a washer and dryer in New York City is unheard of. It's very, very rare. It's very rare. So when she just says those things, we all start slobbering, it's a thing, you can't believe it. I can't imagine. So we're going to have backyard parties when this is over?
yes,
Well, I just want to clarify about the yard, because again, I don't know if you heard our conversation with Jon Glaser, but I do have slight anxieties get triggered for me with the urban wildlife. So I just want to make sure you have appropriate fencing. Have you seen any raccoons or any?
nothing. Nope, nothing. I gotta tell you, it's like, you know, three walls, huge
Okay.
walls. They're like, you know, I don't know what, 15, 20 feet high, covered
You
in
feel
ivy.
safe.
Yeah. So,
Okay.
but I don't know. I mean, we've only been here for a few days. Who knows what will transpire? I have not heard any rumors of any of that type of stuff. But believe me, I'm with you. I don't play that way. I'll be hiding under my bed and screaming for help.
Okay, Kendra, you know what? With that attitude, when you have that garden party, I will bring a housewarming gift. Trust.
You gotta
Okay.
dress defensively, you know?
Yeah.
Christian and Kendra, I want to ask you about this. There's a few people that I think could discuss this with me, but they call this a conspiracy theory. I don't. I think this is just sort of funny and interesting to talk about. But the whole fake Melania, have you guys? I've only in the past few sightings of the fake Melania, I can see how it's a different person. Have you seen that? Have you guys noticed this?
I have
Okay,
not,
so
but now I will have to definitely.
okay, you're gonna have to see this. So this has been in the past few sightings. They had her, the what I think is the fake Melania. She met him out when he was doing a rally, and there was like a big kiss smooch on. They never do that. We've never seen that. It's only, and then there was a sighting on the plane where she's waiting, she's smiling, waiting for him to come up. And if you see the nose structure and everything, it looks different. So I have always heard this story and been like, whatever, come on. It's really Melania. She looks sort of like a paper cutout, and but no, the story gets more interesting in that the mooch, Andrew Scaramucci,
Yeah.
he said on Monday night on some, I don't know, talk show, again, it's him, so who knows, but he attributed a quote to Michael Cohen that said, oh yeah, they have a look like, he thinks it's her sister. And so I'm just telling you guys, you need to look this up. Anybody in our audience know anything about this? Let us know. Justin, let us know if you've heard any more details, but I have never ever taken interest into the past few ones. It seems like it's real, and now there's just. I thought the two of you would have totally known about this.
So skeptical, Shanali. I'm actually surprised that you jumping on the bandwagon like that. I mean, number one, in respect to the little kiss pecks and this, I want to check the prenup, because what I'm telling you is I feel like that couple has every single physical interaction like contracted down. She's like, you want me to hold my hand? You want me to hold your hand? Then get me a Birkin bag. You want me to kiss you on the cheek? Then I expect some Gucci. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's the kind of situation I feel like they in.
I'm just gonna say, Justin, our intern, says he did see the fake one too.
So well, if our intern says that it's true.
Yeah.
Well, I gotta say, if this is
Well,
the thing,
calm down, Christian.
I want to get a Kendra lookalike to go to some of the things that I don't want to go to.
That's a great idea.
I'll get a Kendra lookalike to go to my bar shift.
And
now,
you know what?
Kendra,
During this,
speaking of where you're going, we're asking all our guests this. How did you vote?
oh yeah.
How did I went today in person.
Oh my God! You're the first guest that went today.
Yep.
Jason, can we cheer for Kendra voting, please? We need some Jason Lamb sound effects for that. That's awesome.
He said he look at his note. He said he had to step away for a minute. I don't know if I'm allowed to say why.
That sounded like a crop.
Jason had to go to the bathroom, everybody.
I think that was a sound effect from there.
He specifically said, I have to step away to poop. I know that he wrote that so we could say it out loud. So there you have it. That's Jason. Sorry,
Kendra, back to you.
Back to you. I apologize.
Did it take a long time today?
No, it was, we walked we walked in, they told us where to check in, we checked in, we voted, and we left. We were like in and out of there, and I would say 10
wonderful.
minutes. Yeah.
That's
But I
so
gotta tell you, it's so weird. Like, I should be more politically savvy than I am. I'll put it that way. But I just remember, like, I don't know, maybe I'm like hallucinating, but I feel like last time we voted, there was a lot of things to vote on. And I feel like
that's true.
it was like barely anything to vote on. I was like,
No,
oh,
New Yorkers don't have much. California, they have these propositions. They have a giant list, like 30 propositions. They had to study. They have to, yeah, we had it pretty easy, pretty basic.
I was like, come on. I want
Give me something. We want to vote
on something else. What, and then like half of our things had like no one competing with them. I'm like, this is, my vote seems to have less weight this time around.
I know, because it was so.
That I was wrestling with, in all honesty, was I just assumed that for the sake of simplicity, and like I knew that in New York we're pretty solidly blue, but anyway, I was just assumed I was gonna do like straight I'll just be honest, straight Biden Harris, Democratic. And so while I'm waiting in this 2-hour line, I voted 2 Sundays ago. This woman approached me and she was like, do you know who you're voting for? Have you heard of Working Families? Working Families is, another way that you could vote for Biden, Harris, et cetera, et cetera. Yeah. To your point, Kendra, in terms of like how much I know and everything. And then like, I just like got like, I'm like, I'm good. I don't know anything. Like I got all like freaked out. I know who I'm voting for. I know what I'm doing. And then like the next day, I get a mailer from Working Families that's being endorsed by people I really like Elizabeth.
Yeah, Warren. It's great.
Yeah, so
Working Families is great. It's a great group of people.
I get it, but Chanel, I think it was the point I'm making is that like interacting, I'm waiting to
I get it, Christian.
It seems very like Harry Christian-y, It's like, we're making fresh bread tonight if you want to.
Harry Christian.
But when I left the voting thing, I actually asked Sean about the Working Families thing, because I was like, I never heard of it before. I'm an independent, which isn't even listed on the freaking thing anymore.
Right.
Maybe it never was. I don't know. But Working Families, I just liked it because it sounded like very much like a group of people who are just like regular people who are like, you know what? Let's get on the fucking ballot over here.
Totally.
But I heard they're very powerful.
Yeah. A lot of good people. I mean, good, they're working together to make more progressive change for working people. And that's, always.
Is that like something that Bernie Sanders would be a part of?
I would imagine they would support him, but you never know.
Elizabeth Warren is the one who was on my mailer.
Oh, okay.
I was giving them a thumbs up. So Kendra, in addition to your bar life and bar shifts, any other pandemic life update? Like, how are you entertaining? How are you coping? Are you creating?
Well, Christian, thanks so much for asking. I love directed questions. I've done Zoom, I've done Instagram Live. I just started doing outdoor shows.
Oh, wow.
Yep. But I don't think, I honestly, I'm not sure. I have like 2 online shows booked right now in November. That's nothing. That's like nothing. I'm supposed to go to the Borgata in December. I don't know if that'll happen because they tried to open and then they closed again. So I don't know. And then I'm just working on, I'm doing a new solo show. That's a fictionalized solo show, working on that. I think I might videotape it. Katina and I talked about doing a holiday show online. Doing a lot of, I probably like a lot of people, spiritual meditations, trying to figure out what's my next step. How can I add value to this world and maintain some sense of, self-satisfaction and make a boatload of money.
I am with you. You just like checked off everything on my little checklist right there, Kendra. That's it. I should just take what you just said, and that's me. Thank you.
My little checklist too. So thank you.
I mean, you know what?
I'm leaving you out.
I feel like this is the time. This is the first time in my life that I've been like really felt like ferociously compelled to make a lot of money. Like, I feel like a lot of times in my life I've been like, I just want to be creative. I just want to get my hair done. You know what I mean? And now, I'm like, you know what? Fuck that. I want to like.
You deserve it.
Yeah, and I want to be able to like hand it out. You know, I want to be able to like fund other people's projects. I want to be able to like. Sadly, you know, money equals power.
Yeah, you got my number, Kendra? You got my number?
Oh, I got your number. We go back.
I'll send you my GoFundMe in a hot minute.
Remember we hosted that show together?
Yes!
Yeah.
Gun advocacy. That was so much fun sharing a stage with you. And, you know, it's so much fun when you are with a co-pilot who's so generous and really kind of like yes-anding you and just like have your back. You know what I'm saying?
Right back at you.
Yeah, you know who found Kendra for you, Christian?
I remember very well. I remember getting the email, and I remember showing up at that huge venue, and the two of us are like, have our like host like fun outfits on, and we're like, what are we doing? Play it cool, act like we know what we're doing.
You guys are great. I heard you were great. I mean, I know you were. I know you were.
And thank you for recommending me for it. And I'm sure you guys need to cut me off, right?
Well, we love you, and then unfortunately we do, but we do love you so much, and thank you for joining us today. And like Christian said, if the money comes through, we're here for you. You know,
you are on the list, no doubt about it. I'll give you what, 50, 100 bucks. Love you guys.
Love you. Thank you.
I get to see you soon.
Bye. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Oh,
what a cool human being.
Yes, Kendra Cunningham, everybody. And if you, she's got so much amazing comedy online from her doing shows live. You should find it because they're so funny. So Kendra Cunningham, find her. That accent, I know I have a Southern accent. My accent's gotten more Southern since the pandemic started. I think because I don't talk to as many New Yorkers anymore, but my voice, I have hearing our show, is more Southern. And then I just heard Kendra's got her amazing accent. But hers never changes, I don't think.
That accent, Shanali?
No.
It would be Boston.
No, of course. Are you kidding? This is the haberdashery question again. Okay. Thank you. Christian, that's the whole point. You're supposed to just say some, you don't call it out. Just, you know. Oh. You want me to call your accent? No.
Please.
That's okay. But you know what? We've got guests. Let's get to it. We have another. This is one of my best friends. I've just been with me through so much, college, rock and roll. He's a brilliant guy. And I'm just gonna say his name. He's gonna join us. He's here from South Carolina. And he's going to give us a lowdown of what's happening in his town of Charleston, South Carolina. His name is Jeff Goldstein, everybody. Here he is. Woo! Jeff, we're going to start your video and connect you. Jeff Goldstein. Yes, there he is. Hey, guys. It's just, I see you. Oh, there you go. Unmute. Hi, Ainsley. Yeah, now we see you. We just need the mic to be unmuted. That's it. If you can unmute yourself.
How we doing?
There you go. Now we got you.
How's it going?
It's good. As good as it can be. How are you?
I'm good. First question. Do either of you guys need to pee?
Yes.
I do. I'll be right back. I'm just checking.
I'm
good. We are gonna take some pee breaks. I know that I was thinking about wearing a Depends today just to like show how dedicated.
I could sing a song or something, give you guys a chance to go if it's a number one.
Now, Jeff, when you come up close to the camera, we can see you clearly, but when you lean back, you're a shadow. So see the light. Yeah, that's good. If you stay like that.
Yeah, I'm outside.
And how's the weather in Charleston right now?
It's delicious right now. It's fantastic.
Oh man, we got 40s here. It was cold.
Hey, Schnally, I got a bone to pick with a couple of your guests already.
Oh,
Okay, let's hear it. Let's hear the bone.
Oh, yeah, you're coming next, Christian, here in a minute.
hey, let's
So
go.
Marcellus just finished illustrating a kid's book for me. You asked him if he was working on any projects, and he was talking about some Portuguese comic book or something. I'm waiting on my name. I'm waiting for him to start talking about me. Nothing. Absolutely
Say his name, Mars. Say
and
his
Jeff,
name.
and Jeff, I will say that just to add to you picking on him, the weight to what you're saying, he has told me about this project and he does enjoy doing it and he thinks Jeff's writing is great. That's just to say, why would he leave that out of the conversation?
Because he already got his check. All right. David Cross. Now you were there.
Yeah.
However many years ago, David Cross came and ate at my restaurant. You remember?
Oh yeah. With me.
Sitting right next to him, the entire staff, everybody's freaking out because David Cross is in the restaurant and he's halfway through with his meal. I ask him, how is everything? And he says, it's okay. And then the next thing he says is, the slaw's not very good.
Well, you know what? That's a testament to David. He don't change, no matter if you're his friend or you're his enemy. He is straight up himself. Yeah.
Okay.
That's a good thing.
All right. So you wanted some uplifting news?
Yeah,
Election
from
day,
Charleston.
guys.
Yeah, tell us.
So you called your most pessimistic, anxious friend, who's from South Carolina, on election day, expecting some uplifting news.
Yes.
Jeff Goldstein. Yeah. We're in touch daily about this election. Yeah.
You're aware that the Civil War was started about a mile and a half behind my shoulder right here.
This is true.
The first Civil War, I might add.
Yeah.
The second one might also start back there.
Right.
South Carolina literally started the Civil War. South Carolina is number, I think, 47 in education. South Carolina, I think, is number 4 in childhood obesity. Number 1 in eviction rates.
Wow.
And South Carolina, I think, if I'm not mistaken, recognized the 19th Amendment, the women's right to vote, in 1969.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
So,
wow.
Breaking news. If you guys want to call it right here on your podcast, you can be the first ones. I think we're ready to call the state of South Carolina for Donald Trump.
Oh no. Why is this?
Oh man, my neighborhood is just nothing.
And you're in
Trump.
you're in the bluest of blue places.
I'm in the bluest of the blues of South Carolina. Trump flags, Trump signs, Trump everything.
Okay. But now, is there a glimmer of hope? Because isn't that where Lindsey Graham is?
Yes, that's what we're going to talk about.
Okay. Let's hear this.
Can y'all see that guy? Y'all ever seen?
Yeah.
You know who that is?
No.
Who is that?
Guy holding the gun. That is Dr. Bill Bledsoe. Dr. Bill Bledsoe he's a right-wing nut job. He was running for Senate along with Jamie Harrison and Lindsey Graham months ago. And he was running to the right of Donald Trump.
Yes.
He was hoping to get Republican votes that Lindsey Graham, because some South Carolinians hate Lindsey Graham for obvious reasons.
Right.
But he was a complete idiot, moron, and he dropped out of the race.
Right.
2 months ago. However, his name is still on the ballot.
Yes.
So recently, the Lincoln Project started running ads for this guy.
People vote for him.
He quit months ago and endorsed Lindsey Graham, but his name's on the ballot. So the Lincoln Project is trying to get people to vote for this guy. The Lincoln Project ad is, imagine just the thickest Southern accent you can imagine. And it's, you can't trust Lindsey Graham. He don't support Donald Trump. but Bill Bledsoe is like us. He's tough on immigration. He's pro-guns. He's pro-Jesus. He's going to put God back in Christmas. Yeah, so that's what the ads are. Jamie Harrison campaign starts running similar ads, but their ads are vote for Jamie Harrison, Bill Bledsoe, too conservative for South Carolina. It's the same thing. So if this guy, Bill Bledsoe, somehow manages to get a few thousand votes,
Wow,
maybe that sways the election.
This is very uplifting news.
There you go.
Yeah.
It's
I
dirty.
had no idea that there was a third name on there.
I didn't either until I saw the first ad.
Wow, that's huge.
It's
because
dirty politics. I like it.
we need some. We don't ever have any. We
It is
need
about time we use some of them tactics. Get in the mud, get dirty.
And the
Exactly.
irony is that Republicans are the ones that are doing this dirty work.
I know. Exactly right.
Lincoln Project. They're sticking to their guns, no matter what side they're pulling for.
Right.
They're good at it. You know, we needed that. Well,
So there you go. So watch tonight.
Okay.
The state will be called for Trump at 7:01.
Okay.
But the Harrison
but the other race
is going to go.
That's a
late.
big deal. That's a big deal, and I don't think necessarily that people were counting on South Carolina in terms of the presidential race, but
No, I
the
don't think
Senate is something worth talking about. So
I'm
that's
You know
a
what?
big-
Republicans had to pump so much money into South Carolina this election cycle that hopefully that's money that they couldn't afford to spend somewhere else. So
That's true.
There you go.
And Lady G, aka Lindsey Graham, was still begging for money on like his Fox News interviews. Were they towards the end of the race?
He looked like he was
Cutting him
crying.
off. They were cutting him off.
You know, Trump never endorsed. Trump hasn't said a word in South Carolina. Never endorsed him. Lindsey
Wow.
Graham has had his nose so far up his ass for 4 years. Yeah.
So wait, so
Well-
Jeff, are you serious? You have a children's book coming out?
Well, it's a little project for an after-school program that we work with down here. So
That's
we're gonna make 60 copies and just give them to the kids for Christmas presents.
Isn't that cool?
That's so cool.
So
That's
there you go.
But Marcel says they're a great book, so you know you may want to think about making more than 60. So
That's right. Get that money, right?
for you, not him.
Right. I
You
hear
already
ya.
paid
I
him.
hear ya.
You paid him. But no, because it's to support kids that they need books written by people like you. I know your books.
Inappropriate books with lots of fart jokes. That's my specialty.
That's my speed. That's why we're
That's right.
friends.
There you go.
Well, Jeff, thank you so much. It's interesting. I have another one of my best friends who also happens to be a white Jewish man coming next. They come in. There's a lot of them here, right? We got David Cross, Jeff Goldstein, and Jeff. We're gonna say bye. We love you. And now Eric Slovin's gonna come join us. So we're
right.
just back to back.
Tell
Jewish
Eric Slovin
people
I
in
said
the
hello.
house.
We
All right,
will.
Sally. Bye, Christian.
Love you, Jeff. Bye. Christian, how about you? Do you need to use the bathroom? You know what? We'll do this. We're going to hang out with Eric.
Yep.
And then we have a little video we're going to share. And if you need to use the bathroom during that time, I'll let you have a bathroom break.
Okay, my bladder is good, Chanelli. So don't you don't need to be
Mine's
worried.
not. I mean, I'm going to have to go. So.
Eric, he's waiting.
You know what? Check yourself. Check yourself. I'm the one who got us going. We're going back. Let me introduce a proper introduction. This gentleman is so funny. He makes me laugh all the time. I guess I've said that about a lot of people on the show, but that's the theme. Talent, wit, intellect, sense of humor. He's got those things, all of them. And his name is Eric Slovin. Let's hear it for Eric. Eric, welcome. So excited you're here.
Oh, the
Yeah.
man with the plan. Yes.
What's going on? It's like you're in. You look like you're here, you're with me.
I know. It's
So
nice
good to see
to
you.
follow Jeff Goldstein and be introduced as another one of my old Jewish friends.
Well, the interesting factor is you're two of my best friends. That's the part. Then came the Jewish part. Just to say I have a preference. You guys, I have a preference for Jewish people, just so you know. It's a theme. You know, it's called bias. I am biased.
I'll
Yeah.
say. You guys have been talking nonstop for, what is it?
Oh my.
12 hours? When did you?
Well, I literally did voter protection hotline work at 5 a.m. this morning.
Wow.
And then finished that at 11. Took a few hours to recalibrate. And, you know, this is election day. This is one like no other. I will stop using the bathroom. I will stop eating. I will keep talking, whatever I can do. Save democracy.
How about you? Eric?
Had been me?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not so interested in saving democracy. Nah. I'd like
What
to.
have you been doing?
Oh, it still says
Georgia.
Georgia Slovin.
That's all right.
You know
That's a cool
what?
name.
She changed my my name on Zoom, and
Yeah, you're
she's got to
Georgia.
live with the consequences. My day has been, I don't know. You know, 538 locked its projection or whatever.
It did.
Well, that's what it does. It, you know, they.
Well,
do.
you know, we've not turned on any media.
I know. Well, I so it's been good because now that stuff like that's locked. There's no reason
Right.
to look at it. So I'm thankful for that. So I'm just, you know, trying to breathe.
Now we've been asking all our guests, Eric, how did you cast your ballot?
How did I cast? I voted early.
Okay.
On J Street, Monday, last week, a week ago yesterday. Yeah, early. Not just early voting, but early voting.
That's early.
Was it mellow experience?
Yeah, you know, I showed up and the line was the line looked like it was the longest line ever, but that's because it was social distancing. So it was like, you know,
elongated.
Thank you. And well, like I remember voting for Obama in 2008, and I remember the line went out outside, but then when you were inside, it like wound around. You know, it was like there were 1 million people inside. This was nobody inside. But it was, you know, it's inspiring. I like seeing all the people out. I always feel inspired about and inspired when I see the lines on election day or election week in this case. I actually haven't even walked by a polling place today, so I don't even know. Are there lines? Are people saying there are lines?
I mean, everything was moving pretty smoothly when I was answering the phones, you know, in terms of hearing from folks on the ground all over the country. I don't know about
Atlanta and Georgia. Things are moving okay.
Looks like it. The only line that I was in this morning in Park Slope was the cafe that just opened up called Winter Cafe. That opened about 2 months ago, and believe it or not, Park Slopers still wait in like a long line. Like I waited in like a 20-minute line to get amazing breakfast sandwich. They make their own English muffins. I don't want to digress, but that's the only line that I encountered in Park Slope this morning.
Wow,
that's a good reason to have a line. I'm down with that.
We're the winner today.
The Chick-fil-A line is always. It's the only place in my neighborhood that there's a crowd of people out front, and you have to like maneuver. I mean, the New Yorker, whatever New Yorker I have in me, that's the place where I start getting. I'm like a bull. Get out of my way.
Eric, do you find this? So many people are talking about that New York is like going through Armageddon right now. That it's like a horrible place to be. And I know that you've spent time in different places, but do you have that same assessment, or do you find some silver linings with what we're going through right now?
I don't know. It's probably, I think it's pretty bleak. I mean, the city, well, I don't know. I mean, it's like when I was a kid in New York and it was all like Central Park was a dump. Like every public park was a dump, and because there just wasn't any money going into stuff like that. So I don't know, but it's more, some of what I feel like now New York is a lot of what we didn't like about New York in the last 20 years, with the where the sort of wealth disparity is so, painfully obvious. And it's sort of like none of what was good about New York in a grittier era. And so there's like, culturally, it feels like a depressing time. And then, I don't know, it just feels like sort of the worst of all worlds in some respects.
I'm sorry.
I'm glad I asked.
The only reason I laugh is because Jeff just said you asked your most neurotic, pessimistic friend, which he was talking about himself. And then Eric
New York is not 47th. What did he say? Fourth in substance abuse.
And number one in evictions, and it was pretty bad.
That's funny.
Asked for some uplifting news. He did manage to figure out. I have a question for you, Eric. We have a how our democracy works trivia question to ask you. Would you mind? I'm going to pick it out. And, feel free. We'll see. There's some that I'm sure you won't miss. They might be something that you get right. We'll see.
This is really gonna make Eric look stupid.
Okay.
I feel
okay.
it.
Yeah, I'm gonna put that one aside.
Christian's
We're gonna
laughing,
help you make.
You put one aside because you knew I would look stupid.
Well, I think this is a good one. Okay. Gerrymandering refers to, Jason, are you there? A drawing strangely shaped districts to benefit one's political party. B, a form of lobbying. C, decennial reapportionment. D, a judicial requirement for district formation.
Before you answer, Eric, can we get a working definition, a decennial, whatever that number C was, Shanali?
It means every 10 years.
Ah.
I didn't listen to any of those options.
Okay.
It's redrawing a district to suit a political party's preference.
Yes, that was A.
A gerrymander is like a salamander, but some guy named Jerry, it was a guy named Jerry. It was Jerry Lewis when Jerry Lewis was a powerful senator in the 19th century. No, it was. Was it Elbridge Jerry?
Jerry Lewis.
It was a guy.
He was dressed up like a salamander.
It was a guy named Jerry who started his name with a G, not a J. Like,
I did not know that.
But you know what?
And it was a gerrymander, like a salamander. It was because the districts looked like a crazy, weird amphibian.
Wow. See, you know more.
Google it.
See, look at you. You gave us all this information. We had no idea. I did understand strangely shaped districts to benefit one's political party. And Jason, Eric got the answer right. Thank you.
Then and then some. Then some.
Yeah.
Jerry.
Yes.
Was that
I'm gonna. That was supposed to be some. I'm just gonna do one more for you. Let's see.
Okay.
He's on a roll, ladies and gentlemen.
In what state did a Trump caravan of armed civilians surround a bus on a federal interstate this past week?
That was Texas.
Do we know the city? Do we know the city?
I'm going to say they were actually on a highway, so it was between cities.
That's the answer I was looking for, Shanali. Can we let our contestant answer it next time?
Oh, you know the two cities, Christian?
It was between, I'm pretty
Corpus
sure,
Christi and Waco.
somewhere between New York and Los Angeles.
Christian, what is the answer to this question, since you so boldly asked?
Of what?
What are the two cities between they were traveling, the interstate in which they were going?
I think it was Waco and Galveston.
No, but let's just say, yeah, I'm gonna say that Eric got that right. It's Texas. They were going from San Antonio to Austin.
Oh,
Yeah.
right, Austin. I remember Austin.
Yeah, but I know that both Eric and I have discussed that moment, and that really, really upset us. And I assume it upset many people, and I hope it did. But it really, makes this day seem so infinitely important. It's just, we can't have that. That's not.
I saw some. Oh no, I was reading. It was something that was depressing me. Some Republican who was saying, why Trump was going to win, and they were talking about enthusiasm, and they were like, in certain one district or whatever in Pennsylvania, back in 2016, you would see like there'd be a pickup truck and it would have a bumper sticker, a Trump bumper sticker, and now you see a pickup truck and it's got 5 bumper stickers and 2 giant Trump flags. But I'm like, it's still the same asshole. It's just that doesn't necessarily imply more enthusiasm in the state of Pennsylvania, let's say. That just means that one guy is a lot more enthusiastic about decorating his truck.
It's true. It's the same guy. It's the same guy.
We'll see.
And that goes to the theme of like team spirit. Like, I've got lots of team spirit. It's the same guy, If you wear 2 hats, 2 ball hats, and I wear 1, it's the same thing.
Ball hats?
Ball caps. Bald hats. No, I'm sorry. Ball caps.
Man.
I'm sorry. I haven't slept. Eric, I haven't slept.
Did you dress up and did you do a costume thing with your family, your daughter, or anything like that?
No, that was I mean for Halloween?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
No, it was weird. It's weird to have an 11-year-old daughter who didn't get in a costume for Halloween.
Oh,
I know.
That is, yeah.
We had a nice Halloween, but yeah, isn't that crazy?
Yeah. It's not going to happen again. We're not going to let it happen again.
There's
this
always
time next year.
There's always next year. But when you're 11, you're sort of. I mean, when did you guys stop doing costumes for Halloween?
14, maybe.
Yeah, so it's down to the wire.
Yeah, you don't want to miss it.
You don't want to miss it. You don't want to miss it.
Well, Slovy, we're gonna thank you so much for being with us, and I'm sure you and I will be in touch tonight, and I think we're gonna be celebrating. So, lift that chin up.
I wrote a poem because I was so stressed out.
You did? I want to hear your poem. Yes, please. I want to hear this.
It's called Brooklyn Bridge.
Brooklyn Bridge. Oh, I'm excited. Everybody, Eric Slovin reading for the first time.
I was so stressed out about the day. I always thought I'd see beauty. Brooklyn Bridge.
Okay.
Late autumn sun cutting through branches adorned by leaves waiting for their inevitable drop. I feel sick to my stomach because I'm terrified of Trump winning, and I swear to God, if that turd wins, I'm going to be tempted to jump off of the Brooklyn Bridge.
The end?
Yeah, that's pretty much all I wrote. It just made me feel a lot more calm to just think of the beauty of the day. Anyway, I know you guys have other people to speak to, so.
I really loved that. It was so beautiful. I really was touching, and it made me feel, sad to imagine you jumping off that bridge.
Well, that's kind of what I was going for. I'm glad you understood the poem. Sometimes it can be hard to understand, but you got it.
Thank you so much, Eric. I love you. You're so smart. You're a great poet too. Most people didn't know that.
Thank you, sir. Say hi to the family.
Love you. Send our love to the family. Bye. If you guys don't know, Eric Slovin is a brilliant comedian, but I just always want to point out he is a former SNL writer. He also, he's done so much work since then, but he also, even before I moved here, I always heard about this comedy duo, Slovin and Allen. which was Eric Slovin and Leo Allen, and he was one half of that group. And there's this brilliant HBO special that they have. It's so funny. And then you get to see a little bit more of the.
He's clearly a triple threat. I mean, he's
a triple threat. He's a
dramatic arc, and we saw his ability to just get that. And I will say, Shanali, that one of the last times that we hung out in person was at his event, the fundraiser he did for
CASA.
And he's a big supporter of that nonprofit that's just does amazing work in our city. So cool dude.
But you're right. He's a triple threat. I've seen his dramatic acting. What's the show where the guy's the marijuana dealer on the bike?
High Maintenance.
High Maintenance. He's been on High Maintenance, and that was some serious, riveting work. But anyway, let's move on. We've got. You know what? We're going to share a video at this point. We have these two guests that we really, really feel super special about sharing with you because they met on our show, and now they are in love. Yeah. It was before, it was probably 6 months before the pandemic. So it's like they've been really getting to know each other during this time, and they seem to really appreciate each other. So let's see. This is Tash Neal, which is an amazing musician, and Chelsea White, which is a fantastic comedian. She's also a producer, and Christian is going to share. I'll mute myself.
Hi guys, I'm Chelsea White.
I'm Tash Neal.
And we hope you're all having fun in the polling today. Thank you for voting. Thank you for being a wonderful person. Thank you for voting for Joe Biden. We can only assume and hope and pray. And Tash and I have a fun connection to the We Don't Even Know podcast. It's because we met at the We Don't Even Know podcast, and we were both booked as guests last year.
Thanks, Shanali and Christian.
Thank you, Shanali.
Thank you guys.
And now we're together. Isn't it adorable? You love to see it.
You love to see it.
So we knew we wanted to be a part of this election day entertainment, and since Tash is the more talented of the two of us, I said we have to do something musical. Tash is like the most talented musician of all time, and I'm the biggest NSYNC fan of all time. So we thought, how could we merge these two interests to bring entertainment and joy to you guys who are waiting to vote today? So we thought we'd give you just like an acoustic version of an NSYNC. Who doesn't love NSYNC? You're a monster if you don't love NSYNC. So I want you guys, because I have like a passable karaoke voice, so this is not like, I want you to focus on Tash's NSYNC instrumentals. I'm here representing your voice. Do you know what I'm saying? It's like, I'm the you who's just like, we're like drunk at karaoke and we're like, every little thing, like that's me. So I want you to sing along with me wherever you are. Don't even worry. People will thank you. The people next to you in line will be like, thank God this person is singing in sync. You'll bring yourself joy, you'll bring others joy. I'm balancing my Garfield mug filled with Pinot Grigio. And I am a big NSYNC fan, but that doesn't mean I always remember the lyrics. So I actually have vintage year 2000 no strings attached liner notes.
Nobody has
Nobody has this anymore. I'm gonna read the lyrics from.
Good.
I said enough? You said, I talked so much, and do you have anything you want to say to people?
Just so happy everyone's voting, and that's all. I'm excited to.
So happy that they're voting for Joe Biden.
For Joe Biden. I mean, listen, I'm not, here to endorse, but I'm here to not endorse. That is for sure. That is for sure.
It's fair enough. All right, you guys. We're gonna sing NSYNC, from No Strings Attached, the award-winning album that has held the record for the most albums sold in a week.
Speak on it.
Before Adele broke the record a few years ago. Fine for you, Adele. You're a wonderful woman and you're talented, but NSYNC did do it first. Okay, here we go.
about
You
it.
still hit that you
It was
you
hard,
went for it.
and you have to do
I
it.
didn't quite
High octave is important.
on top of the note.
Well,
That's a yes from me, dog.
hey,
If I was Randy Jackson, I would pick you.
all I've ever wanted, other,
Then what?
well,
Joe Biden to win the presidency?
well, you speak on it. Speak on it indeed, folks.
You guys, I hope you liked our karaoke and sang. Well, karaoke from me, nothing but masterfulness from Tash Neal.
Listen, try my best here, folks. Like, we're trying your best. We're all trying our best.
We're all trying our best out here. Also, I know this, this is the most important election of our lifetimes, maybe of all time. But I will do a plug for Tash Neal because he has a single coming out November 13th. Look out for it.
Fair enough,
See, I
folks.
did that, so I went through that, so you didn't have to go through that.
Oh,
Do you know what I mean?
okay.
That's what I'm here for.
That was nice. Thanks. That's very sweet.
We
But
love
yeah,
you guys. Thanks for voting.
thanks for voting.
Mwah.
Wow.
Yes, I'm coming back. You see me? Oh no, here we go. Here we go. I put on a sweater. Oh my gosh, I was singing to that and jamming. Go Chelsea. Who knew Chelsea could sing? Because Tash, she's
talk
another
about
threat.
more triple threats.
We got all kinds of threats going on. And Tash, he's such a brilliant musician. I'm going to go ahead and plug his single that's coming out November 13th. I don't know what it is, but I can't wait to hear it. He's been doing these awesome live 30-minute concerts on Facebook Live, and they're so good every week. And I feel like it changes, but look for him, Tash Neal and Chelsea White. Thank you guys. We're so happy.
And their single. His single's coming out.
Yeah, that's November 13th. That's right. That's what I was saying, Christian.
Awesome. I'm multitasking.
I know. I've got it. We are, you guys, thank you for being here. I'm still like fixing my hair. I put on a sweater. The daylight we're losing daylight in New York City. Those of you who are in California, I'm sure it's sunny and bright. We are with you in our hearts. And I know you're with us here. So thank you so much for being with us. And I just wanted to, get something off my chest, Christian. That we normally have a get it off your chest section of our 1 hour monthly show, but I'm just throwing it out here without us doing the chant, the cheer. Something that I've been noticing during this campaign season, the commercial that's been getting on my nerves the most is this Botox for headaches commercial. And maybe it's because I don't understand. I don't really understand it. If any of you that are watching us right now, and I'm also going to ask Christian this question, but is that a ploy to use Botox and get a doctor's note so they'll pay for it, but you could use it for your face? Is that what, or your forehead? Is that how it works? For those of you that know people in the Botox world, I just don't understand or know how it all works, but I can't imagine there are tons of people going, oh my God, I have terrible headaches and I got to get Botox. So, yeah, I just don't feel the sincerity in the commercial at all. Christian, do you know what I'm talking about? Have you seen that?
I have no idea what you're talking about, Chanel.
Yeah. So there are these Botox for migraine headaches commercials all over. You remember there's always, commercials for a certain drug. But if you look at it, everyone looks perfect. It's not like you have it's not like an old man saying I have migraines or,
Well, isn't it because they did Botox?
That's what I'm saying. It's not. So what I'm saying is they want you to use Botox for your face, but they're trying to sell it
For a migraine.
For migraines, so you don't have to pay for it. That's my thought. Anybody in the Botox industry, help me figure it out. Maybe it is great for headaches. I just assume you're like killing two birds with one stone. That's it. That's not important in terms of this election. It's just been on. I don't know if they think more voters are needing Botox right now, but it seems like a pandemic's not really a time that you care about Botox. And we'll move on. We will move on.
But this election is probably giving a lot of people migraines, Shanali. So if it is
this is
indeed
true.
effective, then I could see the marketing strategy behind it. But I
This
hope you
is
feel
true.
better. You got it
I
off
feel
your
better.
chest.
Thank
Botox, migraines, it might be
Thank
bullshit,
you.
fake news. I know some people who listen to us who get Botox. I don't want to divulge their names because of HIPAA or something else, but I'm sure you're going to get some answers.
Oh, good. Yeah, Justin, if you're on that, let me know if anyone fills you in about the
You know that,
migraine
Justin, you get a
Botox.
lot of Botox.
Yeah. Justin, you don't have to respond to that. I'm here for you. Oh, there you go.
Sorry. We got it. Some people have heard them. I don't think anybody's used them. They said for migraines, there's not many things, but I actually get migraines. I haven't got Botox yet.
Oh, wow. You have great skin. I don't think, yeah.
But
I mean,
you know
if
what? You may want to do the research for us and for Shanali so she can feel better about it.
You want to be my surgeon, Christian?
I've been waiting for that question ever since I met you.
All right, whatever that means.
Yeah, whatever. You guys, who knows what that means?
Justin,
let's keep that to ourselves. We don't understand. We're gonna pretend we don't understand. Well, and Justin, have we had some people watching, letting you know what's going on, saying what's up?
Yeah, somebody was concerned about. I mean, mostly we get some. I mean, did you see we got an albino deer sighting? That was the most exciting thing.
Oh yeah, the albino squirrel.
No. My cousin John in Wisconsin chimed in and he said he saw an albino deer.
He said a herd of them.
A herd.
I've heard of it.
I was like, whoa. So I've never seen
that. I don't know.
So wow, you're keeping my cousins are keeping you entertained on the comment feed.
I like how Christian's presenting himself. His cousins are keeping Justin entertained. Okay, we love you, cousins. We got a question for you guys. We got a quiz question for the audience. Justin, you stay there to see if anyone answers.
Okay.
I have a good one. I know. I'm finding it because what country music legend recently stated their support of Black Lives Matter? Anybody in the audience?
You're not going to give us a multiple choice?
Nope. Because anybody in the audience, I know that some of you do know the answer to this. Anybody in the audience? We'll let you think about it.
We do have a response from guest earlier today, Matt Arnold, and
Matt.
He says the country music legend from Tennessee, Dolly Parton.
Dolly Parton is correct.
That was going to be my first guess.
Oh, we have three.
Well,
many people said it now, so now we have 4 winners.
Okay,
wow, so Dolly coming up.
What are the names of the other winners? I want to know.
Michael Terrell Ford the third won the Facebook, and Matt Arnold won on YouTube.
Michael and Matt. You know what? When we get mugs made, we're going to send you both one. We want to have our mugs on a mug. It's going to look good. It'll have that artwork that we have from Julie Kim, who did the brilliant artwork. And thank you guys for participating. I was going to read you a comment that she made, and when I find it, I will. It's like the last comment that Dolly made about Black Lives Matter, but I don't see it. So we'll share that later.
We'll share it later.
Thank you, Justin. Well, we're going to share our next guest. That's what we're going to do.
Sounds good.
All right. So our next guest is a former guest of ours. He is also a great friend. He lives in Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. So he's here from far away, and he's a brilliant musician. His name is Tyson Meade. Let's hear it for Tyson. Tyson, welcome. Yay. I'm going to turn on your video, and soon we'll get you in here. Hi. Tyson, hi, how are you? Oh, your audio is connecting. Here, oh, it says, it says your audio is not on. Some reason your audio didn't connect. Do you want to come back in? I think if you come back in and you use your Wi-Fi to connect.
You look amazing. It looks really sunny.
Yeah, you look so great, but we can't hear a word you're saying. Do you want to just leave the room and come back? You know, I'll turn you off and then you come back. Okay. Poor Tyson. He's got to come back. Let's see.
He's back.
Here he come back. Oh, can you hear us? Here it goes. It says you're connecting to audio. I think
yes,
it might
now
work.
it says.
Now I think it's working now. Oh, it did not. Oh, and I love, like, I want to know where you are. Ew. Okay. Well, what I was going to say is, why don't we share the Tommy's video that we wanted to share, and then we can see if Tyson will get him back.
Okay.
In a little bit.
Do you want to talk a little bit about the video?
Let me put him back. Okay. So this is a fantastic former guest who was our only professional ice skater that's ever been on our show. But he's also an actor and a comedian and a writer. So man, what are those threats? Nobody has added ice skating to that world in terms of anyone we know, but he's so funny and he is blowing up on Instagram right now. You got to check him out. On Instagram, he's at Tommy, TOMMY _DO, Tommy Doe. And Tommy wanted to share some of his thoughts regarding the election. So here he is.
Hello, I'm about to fall asleep, but before I do, first of all, fuck, I forgot to introduce myself. Hi guys, my name is Tommy Doe. You probably don't know who I am. If you do, hello, how are you? It's good to see you again. Sorry, my eyes are so red. I got shampoo in them. I'm not high, I swear. If I do know you, if you do know me, it's good to see you again. Hello, shalom. You look really fabulous. I love your new haircuts, and I hope the children are well. If you don't know me, I'm a writer slash, I guess just like a funny person with Wi-Fi online. Anyways, I am here because I just wanted to ask you and tell you that I would love if you voted for Biden. If you haven't already, that would really mean a lot. And I just wanted to be here to tell you that I love the idea of you voting. And that says a lot because I love a lot of things, but I think the idea of you voting, I love the most, like ever right now. And I'm going to list out the things that I do love, but they're second to the idea of you voting, just so you know. Okay, so here they are. I love both of my parents, dogs in general, a well-made bed. Oh, so good. Bubbles, both the soap and the Powerpuff Girl. I love freshly cut grass. Fries, French fries, all French fries. I don't discriminate. Literally all of them. I love them. Waffle, crinkle cut, steak, shoestring. They're my jam. I love pizza. Duh. Like, I don't even want to list it that. It's like a given. And I also love cake. Both the baked good and the derriere. So yeah, like those are amazing things that I love and I hope that you love too, but I love the idea of you voting more than that. So please, please, please vote if you already haven't, and vote for Biden, obviously. Like, I don't want to influence your vote, but like, Like, you know? Yeah. Okay, bye. Good night.
Awesome. I love him.
Oh, who can even be so entertaining even when they're just lying down in bed about to go to sleep? Wow.
That's true. Christian, let's try that one night. I'll call you from my bed and attempt to be funny like that. I don't know. We'll see what happens. That's Tommy Doe, everyone, at Tommy_Do. He has these amazing videos on IG where he, the whole thing with thirst traps is a thing, Mom. It's a thing, and it's hysterical because a lot of them aren't really thirst traps, right? It's like people trying to be sexy in their videos, but they don't come across that way. And Tommy has a nice way of making fun of those videos by inserting himself into them. Anyway, over explaining. Sorry. Love you guys. Vote Biden. Let's make sure we win, you guys. I hope also all your Senate candidates will win today. We got a lot of big high stakes races going on all over the country. But I think we're going to try to get our guest back in the room. Tyson, yes. I'm going to add him now. Let's see. And start his video. Let's see what happens. Who is Lauretti? Oh, let's see. Is that, I think, hi, Tyson. Is that going to, let's see if it works now.
Okay, I'm unmuting.
Yes.
Hey.
Okay.
Hey,
Kristen. Hey.
Hi.
I'm here at the Midway.
Oh, look at that. You're at your local Midway market. Thank you for joining us. What do you have with you?
I don't know what happened. I couldn't hear you earlier, but I'm so happy to be part of this whole thing.
Oh my gosh.
I have my guitar. Am I supposed to be playing music?
Yes. And I just want to reintroduce you in a way in that Tyson is a brilliant musician, but I'm also going to remind the world, if they don't know already, that Tyson was one of those people that decided, you know what, I'm not going to sit on the sidelines. And he actually ran for a House of Representatives seat in Oklahoma a few years back. That was amazing. It was so amazing.
It was, it was real. And the woman who I was running against, once I dropped out, she actually won, and I helped her win.
That's so cool. Congrats. Yeah. Your video's getting a little stopped, but your audio is totally fine. So, now I see you very well. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So I think if you play, it's going to sound great. I'm so excited to see you playing outside of the Midway. All right.
Yeah. So I'm going to play "Feel Like a Drugstore" because that's what life has been like. You know, we just had an ice storm that
you did.
It's 70 today. We had an ice storm a week ago.
Wow, that's so crazy.
Climate change.
So this is "Feel Like a Drugstore." Should I start?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay. A 1, a 2, a 1, 2, 3, 4. Remembering is here for you. Dangerous changes are coming too. Cover your eyes and your heart too. I'm excited. I'm excited now. I'm excited. I'm excited now. Whoa, whoa. Ooh, yeah. Pop, little baby, pop all night, popping like a truck stop, see all the lights, I feel like a drugstore, I feel alright, it shows me to see you, I'm stoned all night, oh yeah. Pop, little baby, you know it's what I like. Somewhere in the outskirts, in the middle of the night. You know it's what I like now. I like it even more. Popping like a truck stop. I feel like a drugstore. Oh yeah.
Woo!
All right.
Oh man.
Thank you. It sounded so cool. Wow,
Thank
you're
you.
so good,
Thank you.
Tyson.
Thank you
Tyson,
for inviting me.
oh man, thank you so much. Tyson has just, I mean, in the past few years, put out these amazing solo albums, and after taking a hiatus from music for a while, he used to have a band called the Chainsaw Kittens. It's super popular and influential in the world of alternative rock. But as a solo artist, it's even another level. It blows my mind. So thank you for being with us, Tyson Meade.
Thank you, Shanali. Thank you, Kristen. I'm so excited that you guys have done this. It's really cool.
Oh, well, we love you. We're going to celebrate tonight. You know, we'll be in touch. Okay.
All right. Love you guys.
Love you. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
Ciao.
You're welcome.
Ciao.
Wow, that was a mood booster. I mean, that was
Wasn't
so
it?
cool.
It really was.
Thank you.
I love his music so much, you know, and for him to be able to be here and be sitting outside of, you know, Midway. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
so awesome. That was so cool. So thanks, Tyson.
Thank you.
Oh yeah. Well, we love you, Tyson Meade. Thank you so much. And we have our next guest here. She is so excited. So this friend of mine, we met so long ago because we both lived in East Village, and we happen to have the same trainer. And then we happen to be in the worlds of comedy and writing and loving good music and loving good style. All of those things come together to make like connection. She's a brilliant writer and comedian and actress, and her name is Negin Farsad. Here she is. Hi, Negin. Thank you for being here. You will be connected. There you are. Yay!
Hello.
Yay! Can you hear us? Oh yeah.
Yes.
We hear, I think we hear and see you right now.
Are you talking to me?
Yes.
Sorry. Hi, everybody. Hello.
Hi. I love, I don't know if you heard that introduction about style and that being important to both of us. I brought together, us training with the same trainer, Reno, who happened to be one of our guests.
Yes.
In the East Village at this really beat up
yes.
gym.
Low budget gym.
Dolphin?
Gym.
Dolphin. It was old school. They don't even have it.
No.
They don't even have it.
It didn't survive. The before times, it couldn't survive.
Yeah, exactly. Before the pandemic, it couldn't make it. But we had that in common, and then comedy, and then also style, and then also love of music. And there's so many things. But thank you for being with us today. So
thanks
much.
so much for having me. Hello.
How have you been holding up? Like this is a really traumatic and exciting and like everything at one day. How is it going today?
Yeah, well, I've had a personal election hygiene ethos that I've been working on, which is I'm actually at my friend's house. This is not my background.
Oh.
I can't take credit for these cabinets, but I'm at we were doing a nice, safe outdoor hang, and we're chatting about nothing in particular and everything all at once. I've been not listening to I normally have like NPR on a lot, or I normally have just a bunch of new stuff, kind of, I scroll, I'll doom scroll a Twitter every now and again, though I've gotten a lot better about that in the last year. And I am doing none of that. I've purchased a bunch of dessert items, which I feel like is a really great thing to do on an election day.
That's so good.
And I knew that I had to, that I was going to come talk to you guys, but the actually frustrating thing is I'm going to be on a radio show with Dan Rather at 10 p.m. And so when it comes to being on a show with like news people, I guess I have to know something by 10 p.m. Like I have to actually, I have to actually look at the news. But I figured, but since you guys are not, you guys are a lot like Dan Rather, but very different. So I figured I didn't have to do the same level of like news.
No.
I actually did the same thing. I bought an entire pie for myself, and I know Shonali has at least 3 different types of sweets in her cupboard. With,
you know what? We're out. We got
out on
again.
election day.
I do have 2 pieces of pie left. You're right. You're right. There is still some pie.
So we've been asking all our guests. I'm just curious, what was your voting experience like? Did you go early? Did you go today? Did you do?
No, it's funny because I had, in that whole discussion of is this voter suppression or is it enthusiasm for voting? I came down to the long lines in Manhattan, and all over New York City and all over Georgia. By the way, just breaking records in Georgia, I found that the long lines were a sign of enthusiasm. Everyone was so fun and friendly and nice. I just so happens I checked out the lines. I live very, very close to one of the early polling locations. So I was able to just sort of check in, see what the line was like and play and strategize.
Wow.
By the time I went, I was in line for maybe 10 minutes. It was a very seamless process. And it's funny because it's run by people, and a lot of things that they're doing are pandemic specific. They rolled out a lot of these processes for the primaries in New York. A lot of the pandemic protocols or whatever. And I feel like they did a great job for an agency that's probably overlooked most of the time. And one of the things I like to think that I've been saying about Democrats is that we love for everybody to vote, but we don't necessarily invest uniformly in people voting and the apparatus of voting, because it does require an apparatus.
That's so true. And I remember a few years ago for the last general, actually, I was going to be traveling out of the country and I had to go through the process of going down to the Board of Elections or what have you, my local, and I was gobsmacked at how archaic it felt, that they were still relying on paper, and it was just they had phones that were rotary. And to your point, I mean, it's like infrastructure, it's like that apparatus. And to your other point about how they pivoted to this new pandemic processes and stuff, I was absolutely impressed as well. And I just hope that that's happening across the country.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. And it's like, it's funny because we sort of forget that these things are run by people. And I was, and Shonali knows this about me. I used to be a policy advisor for the city of New York. I worked in campaign finance. And so on some occasion we had to deal with the Board of Elections. I remember going in there and just being like, what is going on here? Like, it is the most overlooked of the state agencies in a way that's very shocking, but I think it's probably par for the course because there's certain things about American civil society that we've taken for granted. And I think voting has been one of those things, right?
Yep.
Yes.
I don't know, voting's this thing that happens. Sometimes I do it, sometimes I don't do it. Yes. It's annoying. To me, voting is like, this is a holiday. It's like one of my favorite holidays. It's a celebration. It's my day to eat carbs. It's so fun. It should be. Come on, guys. It's a fun time.
True. It should be a holiday. Like, that should be our next.
And it should actually be a holiday. I'm on board with that. But I think it is. This 10 days that we've had in New York, and in some places, I mean, they've been voting for weeks. I would love to have more of an opportunity, just because, we all live very difficult, complicated lives, and we're overscheduled. Just Americans are overscheduled, and so having some more options of how to vote it's
changed
crucial.
everything.
And I think that we're seeing so many more people vote, precisely to your point. We're creating more opportunities for people to vote. And we talk so much, and we like to rest on platitudes about America, how wonderful our ideals are and how wonderful our country is. And that is true. But if we're not putting those things into practice, then they don't mean anything. And I think that one of the reasons we're seeing so many more people turn out is because we're creating more opportunity for them. It's not just that people are energized or what have you. And also, to your point that Americans are so busy, that we're not as busy in the pandemic, right? So, and not all of us are. So I think that's some very astute points.
No, that's what I'm here for, guys. I'm here for astute.
I'm so excited.
And I walked by my normal polling station today. And it wasn't as crap. I mean, we had literally 5 days of lines around the block, and we didn't have a line around the block today because we had ample opportunity to go and vote. So then we didn't have to necessarily have election day lines around the block.
It's true. This moment of crises has actually made it so clear how ultimately simple it could be in terms of overall having ample opportunity. It doesn't have to be done in person. Also, that's something. There are states that have had mail-in ballots being, like Colorado has been mail-in, I think, for a long time. Like, this is not something that's impossible. It so simply can be done. We're doing it in a pandemic.
In states like Utah have been doing it for years. Oregon. I mean, I have my podcast, Fake the Nation. We have a lot of listeners around the country, and I get messages from them all the time that are like, I'm in Oregon, a thing came in the mail, I filled it out, and then I put it back in the mail, and I'm done. And it just sounds so easy, so delightful. And it is that the vote comes to you. You don't have to battle the thing and the whatever to do the vote. The vote just comes to you. And I also love that there's a tradition of, and it's not like it's a red state, blue state thing. I mean, Utah is a very red state, and they have mail-in ballots. They've been doing it comfortably for years. And so this isn't even a partisan thing. This should just be available to a lot more people.
It is not. And I mean, this will be a partisan statement, but we aren't suppressing. I have never told a Republican friend of mine not to vote. And I've never seen friends of mine try to literally stop, intimidate people to stop voting. No one, I mean, it's all about all of us participating. That's the point. What would happen if we all participated? you know?
It's funny. I was talking to a friend of mine today about her phone banking experience and her text banking experiences, and she was saying, you know, I had, you know, I talked to a couple of people phone banking that maybe weren't so happy to hear from me, but in general, like either it was the wrong number, or by and large, there are people that had already voted, and they were just sort of like, oh yeah, I already voted, I'm down, cool, okay, bye. You know, like it was like a nice conversation. There were a couple of moments where I feel like I got someone to vote sooner, or I got someone to really commit to voting. But this friend of mine was telling me about text banking experiences, and then in one case she got a response back from someone who was a Trump fan, who's, you know, who just was like, hey, you libtard, you monster, blah blah blah, like that kind of language. And she responded, well, it just occurs to me that we're both human beings and we're both American, and so no matter how you vote, I'm glad that you're doing it, and I'm glad to see that you're passionate about, you know, your candidate or something. And then the person wrote back, God bless you. And so I think, you know, my question is like, let's lead with God bless you. You know what I mean? Like, we don't need to assume, you know, even if someone's on the other side and like, look, guys, I'm clearly a lefty, you know, right. But either way, I don't need to assume that the other person is a monster. I don't like
that's such a good point. Right. I read an article about a New Yorker journalist who was trailing the campaign trails or covering the campaign trails, and it's just was written a couple days ago. And so he's part of the press. He's objective. He's just asking people's opinion. He happened to be next to a Black gentleman who was advocating for Black Lives Matter. This Trump supporter comes over after he identifies himself as part of the press, doesn't believe this person, and then goes straight to this vitriola, calls him an F-bomb, like just says all these crazy things. Now, what's wild about this is that shortly after that, his girlfriend approaches, and his girlfriend knew the journalist and was actually like, had prior interactions with the journalist. And so as soon as she said, why are you saying that? His whole, the MAGA supporters, his whole, to your point, and said, God bless you, I'm sorry, you know, politics get me crazy kind of thing. And it's just this huge, it really kind of just highlighted the fervor and the fact that people get into this zone and they forget the decent part of that we're still all in this together, whether we disagree on how we're going to pursue things.
Yes.
And no matter what happens at the end of this, these elections, we're all still gonna just be here. It's not like one side disappears.
No,
that's not what happens. We're all still just here. So when we, you know, we should really figure out how to do a better job of like chatting to one another and living together and being good neighbors. I mean, that's really at the end of the day, and it's more fun.
It is
more fun to be fun and friendly. Like
I'd love to be your neighbor. I'd bring you sweets.
When this pandemic is over, Kristen, we're going over to her place. It's really awesome.
100%.
Sounds good. 100%.
Yes. Well, Negin, thank you for being with us, especially on the day, first of all, of the election, one which you celebrate by eating sweets, and one on the eve before you get to talk, or you are talking to Dan. Rather he gets to talk to you.
He gets to talk to you.
That's so awesome. So I at 10 o'clock, I will be, are you going to be on your show or on his show? Where are you going to be?
We're going to be on Sirius. And you know, I don't know if you can listen to Sirius if you don't have it in your car or whatever, how it works.
I think I have the Sirius app. So
there you go. We'll be on the channel on Sirius.
We'll break a leg later today and enjoy those carbs that you got.
Thank you very much. Bye. Happy Election Day.
Happy Election Day.
Thank you, Negin.
I love it. It does feel like a holiday.
It does. And honestly, I'm going to say, you know, there are a few blessings that have come out of the past 4 years and this pandemic, but one of them is people really understanding the meaning of this day in a different way, I think. Yeah. You know, in a big way. People that I know thought they were engaged, thought they cared, that I think are understanding the next level of just being involved in this whole process in a bigger way, you know, just be it, you know, doing postcards, phone banking, text banking,
Yeah, I mean, that's why I'm excited to talk to our next guest, because it sounds like she's become more activated, so to speak, and she's in a unique position.
Well, let's talk to her. We're so excited because this is a great, phenomenal musician who actually isn't of voting age yet. So it's so nice to have someone on our show to talk to us about her feelings regarding this election. And she's also going to play some music. Her name is Emmrose. Let's hear it for Emmrose. Come on in, join us. We'll slowly get the video going.
Hey!
Hi! Welcome.
I think you have to unmute yourself one more time.
Oh, maybe. Yeah. Let's see if I can unmute you. I think. Yeah, there you go. Yay! Thanks for being here, Emmrose.
Of course. Thank you so much for inviting me. This is so exciting.
We're so happy to have you. And you know, I really was excited just hearing that you aren't voting age yet, but you know, obviously you care. So yeah, what are your feelings about this year and this day?
It makes me so annoyed that I'm not voting age.
Oh.
I'm so, oh my gosh, I was in my my political class today, and everybody in the class was like, I'm 17, I can't vote. This is so awful. And the entire class was like, okay, so my parents voted this way, but my grandparents voted this way. And everybody was like chatting. And then my teacher was like, calm down, it'll be okay. But literally, we looked at, oh my God, and we did this chart of like a little survey of, do you actually like your government right now? And everybody said no.
Wow. So let me ask you a little bit about that. I'm curious.
Yeah.
I guess I have a two-part question. Number one is your strong reaction to wanting to vote and kind of being frustrated that you can't, based on any one particular issue or set of issues, or is it, and also I guess that falls up in terms of your feelings around the current government. Is there like one particular thing that like you were like, they really got that wrong, or has it just been like this, everything's like messed up?
So many things. I could answer this question like for hours. Something that's recent in my head that I've actually noticed is a ginormous impact is actually the appointment of judges. And of course, we all know this with the appointment of Amy Coney Barrett, but just thinking about what could be repealed, you know, just thinking about, oh my God, there's so much, we could go so much, like we could go backwards in how we could repeal even gay rights. And that's something that's very, very important to me.
It's so true. I'm so happy that you said that, because I don't think everybody's aware of how much of an impact those kind of decisions have on people's lives, and how close many of the decisions that we now are taking for granted were. And to your point, gay marriage was decided by 5-4, and you still have many of the judges that were against it and now in the majority. And so I mean, as much as it's depressing that we're talking about what we're talking about, it actually is encouraging to hear somebody that's coming up, so to speak, and is going to be able to vote very soon, caring about something like that.
Yeah, it's scary because, you know, Supreme Court judges are in for life. And it's life is such a long time. I personally have hopefully a lot of life to live. And it just really scares me of like what could happen, and what we could go so backwards. And you know, we've made abortion legal, which I think personally is not awesome, like for women, yay women. And
I have my Center for Reproductive Rights flag here, everybody. And this is their website, reproductiverights.org. I love hearing, you know, it is true, all these things are so scary, but I agree with Christian. Hearing you talk is so reassuring. And I hate that you all, you know, kids are having to think about these things, but it's also important because you will look forward to protecting these rights. And you are right. We have 3 Supreme Court justices appointed by this president. It's mind-blowing.
I know.
But I'm going to say we're going to think about what possibly could change today, and you're a part of this celebration with us. It's
Absolutely.
so awesome. I was gonna say, you had a single that came out. Was it last week or the week before?
Yeah,
Didn't you have?
yeah.
And it's called "Ballad for the Boy Next Door."
Ooh, I love that title. My goodness.
Thank you.
and Emmrose had is that your first album that was released this past year?
It was my first EP. Yes, Hopeless Romantics.
Isn't that amazing? It's so exciting.
Released in quarantine, which was very, very
How do you even do anything like that? So before you play the song, because I know that we're probably going to say bye to you after you play, my last question, you have such an awesome smile, and even though we're talking about some kind of gnarly topics, you seem to still have some kind of optimism. I'm just wondering, like, what keeps you hopeful? What makes you wake up and say, oh, the glass is still half full, even though I'm doing Zoom learning and like the world's like kind of like falling down around me?
I'm honestly trying to, if I think about all the negatives going on in the world, I'm going to go crazy. And I feel like you definitely need to have, like thinking for the future in a way. That's how I always get through some of my, depressive episodes of just thinking what's to look forward to. And I'm really thinking about my music and thinking about, oh, well, I could release all these songs, my music career, getting into college, hopefully. That's something to look forward to instead of just thinking, oh my God, everything sucks right now. Nothing's going to change, because that kind of attitude will not help you. And I know, because it did not help me. And, in the political election right now, it's, well, what can happen in the next 4 years to change all that we've hopefully change everything that's been wrong in the past 4 years. And I definitely think it's good to keep like that kind of optimism, maybe not like crazy optimistic. I hate it when people are like, everything's perfect, when it's clearly not. But I do think it's good to, keep hope, because when you lose hope, then your life is just very, very sad. And I feel very sorry for people who don't have hope.
Yes. Oh, that's such a beautiful answer. We're not even going to say anything, because that was such a beautiful answer, and it's really, really well said. And I feel the same way. We feel the same way. And with that beautiful statement, I feel like you should introduce your music. I'm going to put you in the spotlight. We're so excited to hear. Yeah, let's put you in the spotlight. There you are.
My goodness, this is so exciting.
And you know what? Make sure you tell everyone about your socials so that everyone can find you.
Yes. So you can find me on everything Emmrose. See my Zoom name there, ENMROSE. I'm on Instagram, Spotify, Apple Music, Twitter, even though Twitter is kind of, not everybody's favorite social media right now. But yeah, you can find me pretty much everywhere and listen to my music if you want to. It's a good time.
It's such good music.
Thank
Exciting.
you.
And then what are you going to play?
I was thinking of playing The Grass is Greener. If you want me to play my newest song, I totally can.
No,
I felt like
I want to hear
Greener was a little more optimistic.
I like that.
And I kind of found it, it's kind of like looking back, but also in a way looking to the future, which is kind of a theme for what I was just saying. So yeah,
that's perfect. Love it. Okay.
Thank you. Here's The Grass is Greener. Memories of worn-out tapes, those close escapes are demons saved up. Those were the good old days when good guys win and nothing fazed me. The time flew by me and I cannot make it out. Things are clear, look up. The grass was greener, the grass was greener, the grass was greener. Pills and pills I've gone for, things to deal for, things you died for. You moved in all the circles, rode with the cool kids, did what they did. It's all not clear now, but how those people, all those people. It's true, things are clear now, but the grass was greener, the grass was greener, the grass was greener. may look for something in my old ways, someone in my old days. Follow those right beside you, trust in my old ghosts. They knew they wanted most. Going in circles where you were calling, I couldn't hear them. Old souls, they ride along and play some music like we were happy. Then the fear fades and I can't see you now. I left it before you fell when the grass was greener, the grass was greener. Isn't the grass always greener?
Gosh, that's so awesome.
Thank you so much.
Oh my gosh, that is so brilliant.
My grass will definitely be greener if you're going to be in our world. Sure, Emmrose. That was awesome.
Emmrose, that was gorgeous. I am speechless. I loved it so much, and I loved having you here. Thank you for being our guest today. It was so awesome.
Yeah, such a great time.
Keep on keeping hope alive.
I will try.
Yeah.
Thank you guys so much for having me.
All right.
All right. Have a good rest of your day.
Bye. Woo! Woo, woo, woo. That was, I mean, people are feeling, music is filling up some parts of my body that needed it really bad today.
Like the elbow?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
I'm feeling it here.
Oh, okay.
Right here.
Lovely.
Right here, but mostly here. Yeah. Woo! It feels so good. Wow. Oh, well.
I think we're going to get a little bit more too.
I know. You know what? And that was so wonderful to talk to Emmrose. Like she said, her socials, it would be at EMMROSE.
Mm-hmm.
That was just beautiful, and it was great to hear her. Yeah, I think we did get some more. Our next guest. Oh wow, this is a multi-talented artist, I want to say, because there's so many things he can do. And we've known each other for quite a while in the music industry. It's like there's a team spirit that you don't necessarily find in comedy. And it's just a different world. And so since he's pretty much a part of both too, we really connected. And so I'm very excited to have him here, an amazing performer. His name, and you will have heard of him before, is Cornmeal. Let's hear it. Cornmeal. All right.
Hello.
Hi. Hi, Jon. How are you?
Good. I'm good.
Good. Good to see you.
Good to see you too.
How are you doing? I love you have bookshelves. You know, I just don't. It's really hard. I have books in cabinets because I just don't have any shelves. That looks amazing. I have records.
I see you have records. That's nice.
You looks like you've got a lot of hats too. I think David Cross would be jealous.
I have. I don't know where I got this one. This is a sailor's hat from the Soviet Union.
Oh, we got another hat model.
Yeah, we had.
Painter's cap.
When David was on earlier, he said, you know, he's double dipping. He's got a few jobs going on, and one is as a hat model right now. Times are hard. Times are tough.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
Yeah, so he had a captain's hat on today.
Oh, I watched it. I saw it.
Oh, you did? I was like, whoa, you're on point. How did you know? You're such a good man. So how is your two questions. How was your voting experience this year? What did you do?
I got an absentee ballot, and then last week I walked it to the there wasn't a bin.
No?
Yeah, I couldn't find it. So I just went to where they were voting, and they had a bin in there. But I had to wait.
See that?
It was
I
easy.
mean, it's so that just hearing you explain that, for some reason, it just blew my brain in terms of realizing how simple that is and how we could have been doing this for so long in this simple way. It's been, like we talked about just earlier, it's been such an old school version of what it should be for so long.
And
But,
Cornwall, where are you calling in? Where you calling in from right now?
I'm in Williamsburg in Brooklyn.
Okay, sweet.
Oh, did you hear? This is on topic in terms of talking about the pandemic, but Williamsburg, there was a big Halloween warehouse party with hundreds of people this weekend.
That's that's over in East Williamsburg. Yeah.
East Williamsburg.
Yeah.
It seems, I was just thinking about being the human that decides I want to be out on a pandemic Halloween in a large warehouse with really bad booze and lots of people. And ultimately in the pics I saw, no one even had a cool costume on. So you're not even sightseeing costumes. Yeah.
Cornwall, did you dress up this Halloween?
No, I didn't. I don't think I did anything.
Not even put on that Soviet hat and be like, drink some vodka?
I can't remember where I got this hat from. It's
a cool hat.
Just gave it to me. It's probably got something in there. It's like a sleeper cell hat.
Well, for those of, I mean, it's been a weird time, especially as a musician. You are used to performing all the time with your bands plural, on your own. How have you been sort of making the time worthwhile, without that?
I've been playing online, which is great because when I'm done, I'm home.
It's true.
It's been really nice.
That's so true.
It's been my fiance has a dance studio, so sometimes I go out there and perform there. It's got a little more ambience, but
yeah, you don't have to carry equipment. That's true.
No. Yeah, I saved on a cab and hay.
That's totally.
Anyway, so I don't have to worry about that.
No joke. I gotta say that this is a time that I think about those things. I'm like, wow, I didn't spend money on this. That, like you said, a cab, a meal, being out to just even have lunch at work. All this money that's not been going anywhere, and I've been able to eat more sweets because of it.
I gained a lot of weight.
You look great. You look great.
Yeah, I'm much bigger.
Oh no.
Cornwall, you're not alone, my friend. I got this pandemic pounds just kind of keeping me down. But you know what? Got to try to do them runs that Jon Glaser was talking about in the Prospect Park.
Jon Glaser, really, when he spoke about running in the woods, trail running, it sounded like something that should be on everybody's list. You got to do it.
Yep.
Yeah.
He's very
fit. He is so fit. Well, Cornwall, what are you going to play for us today?
I was going to play this song about a dad who is watching Superman, not the recent ones, but the Christopher Reeve one.
Okay.
And his kid's asleep. So he goes and wakes up his kid to come watch Superman.
Oh.
Is there any way can you amp up your audio a tad?
Yeah. How's that? Better?
Oh,
great.
Yeah. Yeah, that's much better. Cool.
All right.
Awesome. We're going to put you in the spotlight. I'm going to put you in the spotlight.
How the keys sound? Is that nice? Is that all right?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
All right. Get up. I know you're trying to sleep. Get up. There's something I want you to see, it's no big deal. It's just that Superman's on the TV. The casting is spot on. Here's a Lego minifig if you want him to follow along. And later you can use it for your rewrites and sequels. But rekindle my concern with the San Andreas fault. Falling through the cracks, what if it rains? What if it hurts just enough, getting swallowed by the earth? Get up, know you're trying to sleep, get up. There's something I want you to see, it's no big deal. It's just that Superman's on the TV. It's rekindle my concern with the San Andreas fault. And if he stopped the world from spinning, I think the atmosphere would go on without us. Get up, I know you're trying to sleep, get up. There's something you need to know, I'm around. Get up, I'm glad you're here, get up. I'm glad you're still around. If you need anything, just ask. That's that one.
That's beautiful.
Thank you.
That's so
was
beautiful.
That gave me just, that created peace of mind for me, Cornmo.
Oh, thank you. We need that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Particularly today, my friend. That was beautiful.
Especially today.
Yeah, I agree. It's so fantastic. Like, we decided to do this really very much so for ourselves, so we could just be with people that we love to be with and see and witness their genius and talents. But I think it's even become much more than we thought. Like, that was awesome, Jon.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. And so in terms of your music, everybody can get it on Bandcamp, right?
Yeah, all of it's on Bandcamp.
Yeah, I'll make sure.
On Bandcamp.
And Jon's he has his own band too, but that's also on the Cornmo site. You can get all of your.
You can get on the Cornmo site.
He's a brilliant musician. He can do everything. So you got to witness it. Thank you for being with us tonight.
Yeah. Thank you guys for having me. Nice
Can't wait to see you in real life and do it all again.
Yeah,
okay?
same here.
Awesome, my friend. Enjoy the rest of your day and your evening. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thanks for having me.
Thank you. Wow, that was so wonderful.
Totes.
I'm like,
makes me want to go fly over the San Andreas Fault.
Yeah, let's do it. Christian, can we go?
Superman.
Let's do it. I might have to stand up, you guys, and dance a little bit. I'm gonna
stand up, stretch your legs. Don't take too long. Oh, look at that outfit. Oh my goodness.
Oh my God. Well, I'm just gonna tell you that we have check it out. Dun, dun. I should have got up to dance.
Yeah, you kind of missed the train already left that station. You know what I'm saying?
I will when we have first we got a big guest coming in.
We do, and they're waiting.
Yeah.
Miss Stopwatch, we gotta go. We gotta get going.
Right. We need some real, like, us to be like real people. That's the point of this. Are you kidding? We don't have stage hands giving us drinks of water or nothing. You know what I mean? This is all about us.
Okay.
So, all right. So, Christian, I have a surprise for you.
Oh, wow. What now?
I have a big surprise. Okay, so you know I've been obsessed with The Vow. You know, and I have even talked to you on our last show about the entirety of just the notion of volleyball being the sport that the leader
Cult
of
leader,
the
Keith
cult
Raniere.
leader,
And you're talking
Keith
about the
Raniere.
Bao Nixium cult. Crazy.
Yeah.
He just got sentenced to 120 years. Yes.
Okay, wait, slow down. Not everyone knows all these facts. We got to let people know. Keith Raniere is the leader of this cult, Nexium. Mom, and your mom, if your mom, is your mom watching us? She should be. My mom is.
Yes.
Or she doesn't even watch his mom.
She knows who Keith.
Okay, Madeline, this is what we're talking about. And so I'm just going to say that I am obsessed with this person. I know many of you are for perverse reasons, but I am really excited because he decided to join us tonight. Because he's literally, he's not far away. Like he got sentenced. I live downtown. He got sentenced very close to here. He is here, Christian. He's here with us tonight. I want you to meet.
He is not on the schedule.
Keith Raniere. He's here. Here, I'm telling you. I told you, it's a special night. Keith, are you in here? Oh yeah.
Bring him
so
on.
Excited to have you here. And we'll unmute you. All right.
Oh.
Hi, Keith. Wow, it's so good to see you. Oh yeah, man. You're just we
Hi.
gotta unmute. Oh yeah, hi.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Apparently, Wi-Fi is great in our prison system.
Well, yeah,
it's
it's just positive thinking. That's all.
I am so blown away that you're here. Now, Keith, thank you for joining us. I know that this is not the best of circumstances for you, but how are you doing? How is it going?
Well, I am in prison because of a bunch of lies. These are all lies, okay? All the accusations against me are fiction. They are false. But you know what? I look at this as an opportunity because aren't we all in prison? What about the prisons that we create for ourselves in our daily lives when we're outside of these bars?
I think you're so, it's so true. I that's the thing about you is that you always have a way of making themes that like universal themes in the world. And this is, I think this is why I'm attracted to you.
Finding hope in the bleak. I mean, Keith, I know that when you were out, so to speak, just in the bars of just the world, you tended to activate your positivity with volleyball. As Shanali said, have you been able to play volleyball where you are right now?
Oh, well, I am working on it right now. Currently, I found some spider webs that I use as a net right now, and some toilet paper. So, but that's again, you can call it a prison, but it's only a prison if you believe it's a prison. So I'm winning at volleyball. I'm playing by myself right now, but aren't we all playing against ourselves? And that was the point of those midnight volleyball tournaments that I was doing in Albany. You're playing against yourself. And how do you get out of your own way?
I try to tell Shanali that all the time. I mean, but that's why she really gravitates toward you. So I'm happy that,
Yeah, there's something just the positive aspect of Keith's personality, and just the way the way he uses his words and the way he talks, like the sort of stilted
He's right here, Shanali. He's right here. You can talk.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm just trying to figure it out, Keith. It's something about you that it is something that everyone's drawn to, and it's pretty brilliant. I mean,
well,
you still have fans right now outside of the prison that are dancing every day.
They're dancing. They're dancing for me, but they're really dancing for themselves, and they're dancing for their own freedom, not just mine. Their own freedom to be in my harem. I mean, Shanali, let me address some of the things you said. I had the highest IQ in the world.
Yeah.
And
I heard that.
The makers of that documentary at least addressed that. I have an IQ, and it's only increased since I've been behind these bars.
Oh, wow.
And I want to share something else with all of you who are watching. Sure, people say that I coerced women into having sex with me, and I convinced them that my sperm was magical. Part of that's true. I didn't coerce anyone into doing anything, but my sperm is magical. I don't believe I know that my sperm will bring in the next great evolution of mankind. And my sperm is also magical because these are facts, okay? Sometimes women get cut in half and put back together after they have intercourse with me.
I have to say, this is one of the first times on this podcast that I don't have a follow-up question, Keith. I mean, I think you really pretty much told us everything we need to know about that. I mean, Shanali, you may have a follow-up.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, again, I just want to reiterate why I have this perverse obsession with Keith Raniere. Like, this is why he has so many cult members. He made millions of dollars off of, you know, unassuming women who were just, you know, swooning. I mean, pretty much in love with him. That's what it, you know, in a sexual way or non-sexual way, whatever. But this is
How are
the
you
genius.
keeping the candle and the fire alive, Keith, when you don't have they don't have access to that magic you were just describing, at least in person? You know what I'm saying?
Well, I do have access to mail here, thankfully, and they haven't taken away all my rights, so I'm able to spread my seed, at least through the mail. The guards really don't want to touch that stuff. You know, they're afraid of COVID too, because apparently it travels in semen, but my sperm is more pure and magical that it actually kills COVID. And so my followers know this. But another way that I'm keeping in touch with my followers, or I would say my fellow travelers, you know, here's a new initiative that I've created here in prison. It's a way of delivering truth and exploring the truth of the universe through a special delicacy. And it's something I invented, okay? And Shanali, I think you're gonna love this because it's a delicacy that offers wisdom and insight and depth. It's not just tasty, it's tasty for the soul too. It's a cookie that has a fortune in it.
Okay.
So I'm calling it, it's something that I just came up while in prison. It's a fortune cookie, okay? And okay, so you know, I just want us all to get ready for just receive what I'm about to do, okay? So I'm just gonna open the fortune cookie. You can close your eyes out there if you're watching this on Facebook or YouTube. And I'm just gonna share an insight that came to me while I was in prison. And I put it in this cookie. You will come across something new that will change your life.
Ooh. See?
Isn't that great?
See, Christian?
Yeah.
Are you on board?
I'm speechless. I mean, that's profound, Keith.
That's Keith. That's amazing. I had no idea that you did that.
Yeah, I did that. And that occurred to me, and all as a more evolved citizen, I should say, you know, not better, just more evolved than you are. I just feel the need to share it. And also, if anyone's playing the lottery, these numbers came to me, okay? And I put them, I wrote them down. 5, 9, 12, 39, 43, 53. So good luck on that.
Oh.
Keith, speaking of which, because you're such an evolved human, we've been asking all our guests this. Did you vote? Do you need to vote given your high IQ, or?
No, I tell the members of NXIVM to vote for me. And also, you know, we're having a major election today. But what about the elections that we have in our life? I elect to go have a cup of coffee. I elect to say, talk to that girl. I elect to have intercourse. I elect to send one of the women I have intercourse with to go and convince another young woman to taste my magical sperm. I have elections every day of my life. And electing a leader, who is the leader? Shouldn't we elect ourselves as a leader?
You know what? I am so excited that you came to visit us today,
This was
Keith.
really illuminating. surprise.
Yeah, I have so much to think about now. And I knew there was a reason, you know, meeting you on The Vow is one thing, but you being on our podcast, live streaming with us and talking to us directly is a whole profoundly unique, different experience. And it is life-changing. So I want to thank you so much for being with us.
Well, thank you both for having me. And
yeah.
I just want to share that, you know, you mentioned that I've had followers over the years who have offered me money. I don't want to say that I took any money. I feel like I gave them the gift of accepting their gifts. And so they gave it themselves and I just accepted that. I just received it. So I didn't take anything. I just received. And I'm starting, you know, as that documentary, I'm not going to say its name. I just want to, before I leave, I just want to mention that you are all welcome to be a part of NXIVM because there's a new exciting chapter. And if you want to give me money to be a part of that new chapter, I just want to share that opportunity with you. So you're welcome to send me money.
Thank
because
you.
I used to have something called the Society of Protectors before they decided to, you know, physically dissolve ESP and NXIVM. And I've started a new initiative here in prison, okay? It's a new brotherhood. It's a new brotherhood, and the full title is Alphas Rising, Yielding Absolute Nirvana, or Aryan for short. So I've started Aryan Brotherhood. Isn't that great?
Wow.
And anyone can join.
That's amazing.
That's so, thank you for that. Thank you for that opportunity.
All night. We really could.
Yeah, Keith, we could. And now we know why Mark, you know, called you every day and can sit with you for hours upon hours and talk to you. But unfortunately, we have to let you go.
Okay.
Yeah. We have some other guests here today, but we want to thank you so much for being with us and calling us from your jail cell. That's brilliant.
And if you do have Mark and Sarah on this on your live stream, I am going to sue you both. I'm just letting you know that though, but that's a gift that I'm giving to you. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Kate.
Thank you
I know
so
you're
much.
probably very busy, so we'll see you later. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks so much. Wow.
What a surprise, Shanali. What a surprise.
Christian, did you know? You didn't know about that surprise, right?
I had no idea. I mean, he's a brilliant man. Brilliant.
Yes. And much more impressive in real life.
Yeah.
That was much more impressive in real life. I'm speechless. Keith Raniere on our show. Okay. I'm speechless. Wow. Okay. Here first, you guys, we don't even know Election Day special. Please vote America. We have a comedian that is not able to be with us today, but was sharing with us. She's a poll watcher today, or she's a poll worker. So she was going to share with us a little bit of her highlights from her voting experience. I love this. So I want you to see this, Christian.
Yeah.
Her name is Katie Compa. She's an awesome comedian, friend.
Hello, we don't even know. Thank you so much, Shanali and Christian, for having me be part of the podcast. This is my favorite podcast in the world. I miss it very much when we used to be able to go live. I am happy to be here. I can't be with you live tonight because I voted already, but I'm working the polls on Tuesday. I could not wait, but I will be at the polls from 5 a.m. to, I don't know, whenever we're done voting. So I don't know if I'll know who won by the time I get home. I probably will be unconscious within 3 minutes. But I wanted to put together some supplies to try and make it through this most uncertain of uncertain times. I hope maybe it's not uncertain, you know, maybe we'll get lucky, but okay, item number 1 is this weighted blanket, which I also call my weighted boyfriend because we are extremely happy together. Thank you. These possibly the most important element, crystals. I don't know what any of them are. So if after the pandemic, someone would like to help me identify them, I might be able to get something done in my life, which sounds exciting. I will be charging them up in the full moon tonight for Halloween and saging them for bad energy. So they're gonna be ready to go for Tuesday. This is a foreign movie, and this is actually one of my really good hat tips. If you are watching a movie with subtitles or anything with subtitles, I favor K-dramas lately. You cannot look at your phone. You cannot doom scroll, you cannot read the news. So put your phone away, watch something with subtitles, you'll get at least 45 minutes apiece. I know some of us will be explaining hard truths, maybe easy truths, if it's a good night, to our children. I don't have any children, but I do have this avocado plant that I grew from a pit in the first part of quarantine. Look at her. Is she thriving or what? I think she's got a real future as an activist. So moving on to drugs and alcohol. I also have some religious candles and stuff up here. Like, I don't subscribe to any world religion, but anybody who's ever told me that things will be okay is now my new religion. And then drugs and alcohol, which self-explanatory. The coffee can is standing in for drugs because it is filled with drugs. Not the hard kind, just like marijuana and like a couple Xannies, but just something to take the fucking edge off. I don't know what this is going to be like. I think that's it. I hope that you all are having a really fun night, and I hope that we get to celebrate change in this country very soon. I can't wait to do that with all of you, hopefully live. All right, that's it for me. Thank you so much. Have a great night.
Wow. Wow. That is like a COVID comfort station.
I'm going to rewatch that video later tonight. I love that. That just takes you into the next part of our evening.
It does.
Oh, man.
That avocado plant is impressive. I didn't realize that Katie had a green thumb like that. I got to get back in touch with her. I can tell her some tips about them crystals, though. So I'm definitely going to text her after this show.
All right, guys, we're getting to the end of the evening before you start the other part of your evening. We got a few guests here, amazing guests. So get ready. I might even stand for this next guest. He's this brilliant, not comedian, brilliant musician. He makes me laugh. So, I bet he's an aspiring comedian in a way because, he can't help but say some smart aleck funny things. He does care so much about this election, as we all do, but he's been very active in combating a lot of the disinformation that we hear around us, and I love him for it. His name is Brad Lauretti. Let's hear it for Brad. Brad, where are you, B?
Brad's connecting. He's Oh, look at that. All right.
Yeah, there he is. He's sideways. I wonder how he.
You're a little sideways, Mr. Brad, and you're still on mute. You're still on mute.
Oh,
Sorry.
yeah. That's all right. There
we go.
Yeah, there you go.
I have a master's degree, but they never taught me.
Oh, what is that, Brad?
Don Lewis.
Oh, wow. Awesome.
Okay, yeah, we fixed it. Sorry. This, you haven't read it yet. This is the graphic novel version. It's super inspiring. This is my little totem for tonight, my little inspiration.
I love that.
It's about John Lewis, you said.
Yeah.
Awesome. I just got the book that John Meacham wrote about him that I'm really excited to read.
Well, the graphic novel. No, it's it's a different experience than reading a book. You kind of see the visuals, you see, you experience it differently. And so I don't know, maybe I should read the biography too, but.
Oh, I'm definitely going to get the graphic novel. I'm
experiencing your visuals really. I love it. You got the fire going. And then that's the first TV screen I've seen on all day. So the TV's starting to go in the household. I bet Jessica's watching that.
These are the first.
It's my mom's birthday tonight.
Oh! Is that why you're wearing purple socks?
Wait, what'd you say?
Is that why you're wearing purple socks? Because these are the first socks that we've seen this election marathon, and you got some good sock game, my friend.
Happy birthday, Mom! Happy birthday.
Right.
I'm going to put you in the spotlight because we are going to get you to play a song. Brad is a phenomenal musician, and he has a new album. What's the new single that came? What are you playing? You explain all that. I'm going to put you in the spotlight, though. Here we go.
Go with the flow.
Here we go.
go with the flow. The single that just came out is called South Dakota, but I'm gonna give you a little preview of the next single called Dumb It Down. And it's a song, like a satirical song, kind of about the state of where we're at, you know, in our society, where propaganda and name calling, it's this really kind of toxic soup of confusion, where we're not really having rational democratic debates with each other, where like people are screaming things that they think are facts that aren't even facts, and then talking past each other, and some people are calling each other dumb, and I just wanna, so I kind of wrote this song as a response to that even if somebody might be, you know, actually incorrect, that does not mean that they're dumb. That does not mean doesn't mean they're
we
an
had
idiot.
this conversation earlier. This flows right into what we were talking about with Negin. Exactly, that someone that's supposedly on the other side does not mean there's no reason for us to yell and fight if we have different opinions. Not everyone on the other side is dumb or angry or mean, or you're absolutely right. So anyway, I'm just saying, I'm in.
Yeah. Well,
I'm gonna stand and dance while you play.
It's one of the most confusing things, right? Is like people that I know that are very successful, intelligent people believe things that are just really just not true at all. And that's not just like my opinion. It's just, and it's the role of the propaganda plays and the weaponization of it. And I think we still haven't, like, hopefully we're going to get a good result tonight, but we still haven't really fully grappled with that. And that's an existential threat. And so anyways, you get the idea.
I hear you, and you are preaching, my man. So thank you for that.
You're preaching to us. We hear you. We got to get some music going. So, yeah.
Well, the world is getting harder every day. People feeling frustrated, which leads to hate. Two talking heads who think they are great. When no one is learning, man, it might be too late. Alright, 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 alright. Some people say that you don't have a heart. Some people say that you're way too smart. But if we all do our part, we'll all be okay. You don't have to worry, we'll show you the way. So don't dumb it down, don't dumb it down, don't dumb it down, don't dumb it down. Ignorance ain't bliss, it'll give you a frown. So I'm telling you now, don't dumb it down, 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 down. Woo! Now I play guitar, and you fix my car. Don't you dismiss all of the parts, 'cause life is a farce, and it hurts real hard, and you won't get far. Dumbing it down, 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 down. Don't dumb it down, don't dumb it down, don't dumb it down, don't dumb it down. Ignorance ain't bliss, they'll give you a frown. So I'm telling you now, don't dumb it down, 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 down. Woo! Now I came to this town to be part of this sound. Through myself into the lost and found. And if I blow you a kiss, will you tell all the town? Just keep it hidden deep underground. So don't dumb it down, don't dumb it down, don't dumb it down, don't dumb it down. Ignorance ain't bliss, it'll give you a frown. So I'm telling you now, Down, 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 down.
Woo!
Awesome. Thank
And
you,
with
Brad.
the purple rain t-shirt and the purple socks, perfectly coordinated, singing us about some don't listen to the propaganda, baby.
No, it was so good, my man. That was so good. I love the new song. I want a recording now so I can sing it tonight with Jasper. Don't dumb it down. Don't dumb it down. I love it. Of course, I don't have the beautiful voice you do. I have a different voice. But Brad, thank you for being with us. I can't wait to see you again.
Thank you for being with us. Have a wonderful, happy birthday celebration for the person celebrating the birthday. Was your mom, you said?
Yep.
Awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Awesome.
And what were you gonna say?
Don't worry. Mom's birthday, Biden landslide tonight. Call. Slam dunk.
Yay! I'm hearing that. Woo! I like that mojo coming from you. Thank you.
Yeah.
That is good. All right.
All right, we'll see you later, my friend. Thank you.
Woo!
Oh,
yeah.
2020.
Yeah, baby. That's what we're talking about. All right. See you guys. Thank you. Woo! Brad's family in the house with us tonight.
Helping us bring us home on this marathon.
All right. Well,
Feels like a
we got, my brother from another mother coming up. This is what's bringing us home. This is a fantastic comedian. Also, our good friend, his name is Nimesh Patel. Let's hear it for Nimesh. Welcome, my man. Oh, that was cool. Brad singing that song, Don't Dumb It Down.
That could become an anthem. That could become an anthem.
Yeah, I think it is.
There he is. Check you out. You got to take yourself off mute, or Shanali can.
There we go.
Yeah, there we go. Oh, Nimesh.
Hi, how are you?
Hello.
Good.
You
Listen
hear
to
that voice?
Wow.
He hasn't been talking for 8 hours like us.
You guys seem strained.
Man. But Nimesh, you can do voice. Now I didn't even know, because Christian usually has the low voice. That is like the showbiz voice.
I've been working on developing this, because I think we're gonna have to stay inside for quite a while after tonight.
You know what I hear? I hear gravitas.
What's the stupidest thing I could possibly say?
You're looking good, Nimesh.
As are you guys. Thank you for having me.
And a wonderful thing happened during this pandemic, and that is that Nimesh married his wonderful girlfriend of years.
Woo, look at that bling. Drip, drip.
It's the most Indian ring of all time. 22 karat gold. I got it from Edison, New Jersey.
You gotta wear bright gold, otherwise it doesn't count. No.
It's dinged up because it's soft as shit, but it doesn't matter.
Now, how did you do the wedding? Did you do it outside? Did you do it on Zoom?
We live in a building that has a roof that we snuck onto at like 10 in the morning. It was my parents, her parents, my sister, her sister, my brother-in-law, and 3 of our friends. One of our friends was supposed to officiate, couldn't get all the paperwork done. So one of our friends who was already ordained did it. And the friend who was supposed to officiate came, and 2 of our other friends came. It was a long day of eating chicken and drinking champagne on a roof. And then
yeah,
that was it. We were supposed to have 2 of them, but the pandemic.
We were really planning way in advance for his wedding, and Jasper, who usually he's got paint all over himself, he stands outside working, but he got this red suit, and I'm telling you, 6 months before their wedding,
red suit.
well, more, he had planned. He's like, I'm busting this out at Nimesh's wedding.
I guess I gotta get rid of mine.
There was only one room for one red suit. Only room for one red suit.
There goes the whole wedding theme.
Now, I'm assuming that you guys had to kind of postpone the honeymoon if you were planning, right?
We were gonna go to Italy. I was gonna go to the land of Chris Cuomo's.
Yeah, man.
What's been happening? I haven't paid attention to what's happening all day. At all.
Can I tell you? I think that our plan worked. Everybody on this show has not been paying attention to the news today. Like that was the goal.
Yeah.
That's why Christian and I gave ourselves this party. Is let's not watch the exit polls. Even 3 days ago, 4 days ago, you hear the reruns of the back and forth and the back and the forth. So why do it? Let's just. So
I'll check in on Sunday.
Well, actually, Nimesh, we have been asking all of our guests how they voted.
Yeah, what did you do?
I went home to Jersey. My ballot goes to Jersey, so I was there in Jersey, put my vote in, and then saw my parents vote the same way. My dad was voting. I think it might have been my dad's first time voting.
Wow.
Whoa.
And
wow, that's a big deal.
Yeah, it was hilarious. I mean, weed was on the ballot.
Yeah.
New Jersey. That's right.
He recently saw me smoking weed on YouTube, and he was so mad. He called me one morning and was like, "I don't want you to do this," and I was like, "Why?" He's like, "This is bad." I said, "Well, you smoke cigarettes. If you stop smoking cigarettes, I'll quit smoking weed." And he goes, "I'm not gonna argue with you." So then like 2 weeks later, the weed's on the ballot, and I go home and I'm like, "Dad, so you gonna vote yes for legalizing weed?" And he just looks at the ballot, looks at me, looks back at the ballot, and crosses out nope. I was like, "God damn it." You won the long game.
So close. Yes.
Oh man,
That's what the election means to me right now. My dad just staring me in the face and breaking my heart.
Funny.
You know, he lit a cigarette after.
Smoking a cigarette.
Wow. Cold blooded. It was heartbreaking.
Good to be free.
Yeah.
Oh man, good.
Exactly.
Good for him, man. He stuck to it.
He stuck to his guns.
Yeah, I love that idea. So now, and then I'll pull it out a cigarette.
What were you talking about? The problem with marijuana is it's not legal.
That's the thing. Like even in our culture, Nimesh, like I don't think that marijuana in India is a big deal, right?
It's not. It's like I was researching just to defend myself in later arguments with my parents about the history of weed in India, and it's like, have you heard of bong?
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, I know of it because my dad told me about it.
It's bong. I was like, bong is like a Christian, since I'm Indian explaining things to you. Bong is like a drink made out of weed. They crush it up and mix it with like milk and cinnamon, and you drink it and you get high as balls.
Oh wow! I thought you were talking about bong being like the apparatus that
sounds like
bong is like BHANG. If you were to
interesting. And is it legal? Is it easy to get?
Yeah, it's like abundant.
It's a drink.
Yeah.
I literally my dad was explaining this to my niece at one point where she was. That's a long story, but anyway, my dad was explaining at the table. I could see my sister going, "Why are you explaining this to my daughter?" I was like, "Tables turn here."
Yeah.
Nimesh, have you tried it, Nimesh?
I have not tried bong, but I texted my mom and dad, like, if you open up a bong dispensary, I guarantee you make tons of money.
That's so
good.
It's so true. I got to tell you, I went back to Chicago recently since the pandemic hit, and it was just this last year in January where in Illinois, recreational medical marijuana became legal. And so this is the first time me going back there. And I just want to say, and I've gone to visited a lot of cities in this country where it's been legal for a long time. And it's like the world didn't fall apart. Like, you know, you're not seeing people like go crazy. Like it just is like, you know, now people can go to the weed store. So it's going to be interesting. I hope it passes for you, Nimesh.
I hope so too. I really want Parsippany, New Jersey to turn into Seattle.
I mean, it is funny how New York City, I mean, it was such a swift change here. And we don't even have it legalized here. But
No.
when they said they weren't going to give out any,
when they decriminalized it.
Yeah.
Yeah, no one even gets you could get a ticket, but no one gets a ticket, right? No one even gets a ticket. So the change of just walking through the financial district. I mean, we're not, you know what I'm saying? It's still the financial district and guys still getting off at work.
Mm-hmm.
And
but now they hit a little vape pipe right before they go into the Goldman Sachs office.
So what about you and your new married life? Is it different? What do you think? How's it feeling?
Honestly, it feels like we were married for like the last 6 years, you know. But now I can just complain about shit.
Yeah, now you got that right old thing.
Now I've trapped her, so I can become who I really am.
You gotta listen now.
Thank you. That is right. Nimesh, you can say whatever you want. It's like, you're stuck with me. That's it. We made a deal.
She's trapped. What's she gonna do? You know, I can't wait. It's great. It's been fun.
That's so awesome. Well, what are you gonna do for the rest of the team? You have a plan for this election night?
Yeah, well, I've got to go at 6 o'clock in like 10 minutes from now. I've got to go talk to some TV executives about the thing, and then I've got a pitch meeting, and then
Tonight
election
night.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God, who are these people? Oh my God.
Well, they're gonna find out who I am.
That's right.
That's right.
That's
right.
That's right.
And then,
That's right.
And then at 9:30, I'm doing the sellers thing. Election
Oh wow,
thing,
cool.
which
Awesome.
will be fun. I mean, I did it 4 years ago, and I yelled at what's his name, David Rothkarp, who's like the founder of International Finance Magazine or some shit. I didn't like how in 2016 all these Republicans who are so Republican until Trump became their Republican, they're like, oh, we're no longer Republicans. Like, you're not fucking heroes. This is what
right.
And that's
right.
That's what I said on stage last year or 2016.
They did not like that.
No. and it was funny to watch a bunch of people's faces kind of melt. I experienced some Schadenfreude when I was like, oh, look at you now.
Good for you.
It felt good.
Nimesh, I would have been cheering for you if I was there.
I wish you were. I wish you were.
I wish you
well, we thank you for being here. We're just having
Thank you for having me.
Our friends who we love, and everybody be on the lookout. This man, he's funny, but he's also just awesome human who has a nice voice.
Thank you.
Very.
Go to patel2020.com. Go. You should go. I own that domain. It forwards to a half-hour special I put out yesterday.
Oh,
awesome.
Cool.
Oh, cool.
From yesterday, you put it out. Okay, Patel 2020.
We'll check it out.
About that. Man, first, you guys hear that? Okay, we'll share that for sure. Justin, you share that in the feeds, please. Patel 2020.
Please. Thank you, Shania.
Hey, my friend, have a good pitch meeting.
Love you guys. Thank you.
Yeah,
all right,
we're coming out on the other side tonight.
I hope so.
See you there.
Take care, guys.
All right,
Okay,
peace.
bye. Whoa.
Wow,
Mary,
man.
he's newlywed.
Pandemic gonna stop that man from marrying up. Got that bling on the ring finger.
And he's still got his dad who keeps him in his place. I like that.
Apparently.
That's how it works. That's a good dad right there. Not changing his plans for his son. Okay, thank you, Nimesh. We love you. We got some more guests. We got a musician here. Also been on our show, I feel like a number of times. She's our dear friend, super talented, and yeah, we love her a lot. Her name is Maggy Adeleye. Here she is, everyone. Let's get the video to start. Connect. I think it's going.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
Hello, Maggy. What a visual that we're seeing.
Oh, it's so beautiful. I love that. Oh my gosh.
I don't know if I've seen
I think you just have to unmute. Yeah, there you go. There you go. Beautiful.
Love the throw.
You look so great. I'm just gonna put you.
I'm getting fro jealousy. I really am. I need to up my fro game. I need to up my COVID fro game.
Maggie's always got the best. She always looks the best, always flawless without, it's just the way she is. We love you. I'm going to put you in the spotlight so we can have your music be the focus of this. Let me do that now. And how are you? It's so good to see you. I know that you and I are in trouble about how we've been traumatized for a while, but this is the way we deal with it. Music is one.
Yes. I'm not been really sick. I did drop off my ballot today, which was good because I've been waiting for a minute to do that. And it's been so awesome listening to y'all, and everybody's so chipper and upbeat, and that's not how I'm feeling or where I am. I chose all my new songs are kind of down, but I chose one that's up tempo. So I hope that
I'm gonna stand and move because I need it. But all the music has been beautiful. I need to move, even if I'm swaying. I'm happy to do that.
All right, should I go ahead?
Yeah. What's the song called? Because I want to tell everybody.
Storm.
Okay.
We'll let these memories waste you up and carry us away. We'll let the troubled days go down, bury us this way. And we'll go drowning, we'll follow the strides, we'll sky the firmament, chase the ocean tides. Your sister unashamed, always wanted to embrace us. Door this tempest breaking, even through tumultuous blazing. I'm doubting if we'll make it to life. But in the darkness, we've evolved to survive. Don't we all deserve a little peace, a little quiet? If the storm will settle down, we could enjoy the silence. Set aside, we said we thought we wanted. The truth when it comes to this song. There was ever been too quiet. We can't live without a fight. We're burning down. We'll let these memories waste around and carry us away. We'll let the trouble taste us down, bury us this way. Darkness resign, we will swallow our pride. Just a start and make a song that's away from the night. Gravity will overtake us, gravity of the situation. In the end, even all the very things that saves us. There will be nowhere for our terrors to hide. The last story ends will be evacuated by. Don't we all deserve a little peace, a little quiet? The storm will settle down, we could enjoy the silence. Set aside what we said we thought we wanted. The truth when it comes to you and I. Whoever's always been too quiet. We can't live without the fire. You're burning down. I don't give a fuck if you burn down Target. I know you heard me say goodbye from our eyes here. Where were you? I remember your silence. Try to tell me about the traffic, something violent. As far as I'm concerned, you all burned down. I watched the flames, the years washing away. What you holy water never I get down. No longer waiting on your judgment day. I've had it up to here with this shithole nation. The water's on fire now, I'm staying. Light it up, burn it down. Bury the ashes in the ground. Salt the earth, walk away, and light it up all over again. Don't we all deserve a little peace, a little quiet? If the storm will settle down, we could enjoy the silence. Set aside what we said we thought we wanted. The truth when it comes to you and I. Weather's always been too quiet. We can live without a fire, burn it down. There've been calls for revolution longer than we've been alive. It's not the thing that has been corrupted, the thing that's built in broad daylight. Don't we all deserve a little peace, a little quiet? If the storm will settle down, we could enjoy the silence. Set aside what we said we thought we wanted. The truth when it comes to you and I. Weather's always been a liar. We can
can live without this fire, burn it down. Burn it down. We can live without a fire. We can live without a fire, burn it down.
Woo! Yeah. Yes, thank you. All the lyrics for me, I'm like, oh, I can see the fire. Yeah, I just want to burn it down. Oh, you know,
Yes, we're so like helpful with like the like more positive like perspective, because like I that's not where I am. I was not excited to vote. I'm not excited about any of this. I don't feel particularly hopeful. So that's one.
yeah. You know what? I think that a part of a part of this whole thing is to escape that feeling, because it's almost in one way like there is this part, the hopefulness and the positive part is like we can't take any less because we're so, you know what I mean? So I think in many ways.
No, I know what you mean.
Right? You do know, right? So it's like I'm feeding off of all my community here to see if we can elevate ourselves to get through this pain. So I appreciate you saying that, because that's really deep down, I think, where everyone has been and is. And it's this space where we're trying to get out of it. And that's literally why we even didn't put on the TV. Like, we don't want any news, because like you said, we want to have.
I'd rather be listening to you. And
yeah.
I mean, one thing, Maggie, that is something that I always have thought about your art and your voice is you kind of are giving visibility to a perspective, to a voice, to literally a demographic that's been ignored, particularly in this country, for so long. And I'm reading this book called, it's about wayward lives. I'll send you the link, but it really is, it's written by this African-American woman professor who just tracks the people and voices and perspectives of Americans who've been ignored for so long. And I just think that you're also kind of doing that in your voice or in your art. And this is what this show is all about, to celebrate like people like you. It takes courage to do that and sing your truth. So kudos to you. And that gives me hope.
And to even talk about being sick, I think, you know, that's also a space that people are scared to share. And I love that you share that part of your existence in your life, because you're speaking also for a lot of people that are unable to share that. So as much as, you know, you may not know that, it's truly, it resonates beyond what you see or hear back, you know? So I thank you for that.
Yeah,
and you still look at
joining us.
I mean, and your smile is always transcendent. So I live off of those little things: your smile, your music, and just knowing you and these people. So thank you. And I am going to be in touch with you. You know, if the world ends tonight, I'm still going to be finding you. And if, you know, if it continues a little bit to get us through to the next phase of dealing more with this crap, then I'll be in touch with you. We'll discuss and we'll make each other laugh again.
Me too.
Love you, Maggie. Maggy Adeleye, everyone. Maggie with a Y.
Maggie
Love you.
with
Thank
a
you for
Y.
being here. So good. Aw.
Oh my gosh! Look what time it is. Lord
yeah, man.
mercy.
We're doing it. We have our final guest of this evening. It is, first of all, Christian, Justin, Jason, can you all make your faces be seen? Because I just want our little crew to be seen together before we have this final guest. Just to acknowledge the team that we've had. Justin, thank you for being with us. I know that today you were like not knowing about your work schedule, and you still, Justin the intern, still made it happen. Love you so much.
Thank you, Justin.
And also as an activist, you are an important voice. As much as we don't talk about the white men in the world and their voices, because we've heard enough of it.
Talk about that.
Yeah, because we never hear those voices. But yours, I dig. So I want to thank you for it. Oh, and there's Jason and Jiminy. Thank you.
I forgot how to turn on. I forgot how to turn on the camera.
No
It took me
worries.
I'm the tech guy. I'm the tech guy tonight.
Jason is the tech guy, and Jiminy is hanging out with Jason.
Thank you guys so much.
Yeah, Jason's my partner in crime of so many art forms. Thank you, Jason. All right, well, we're gonna have our final guest on here tonight. Justin, you want to stay on for when he first comes on? Stay on.
I can.
Because he knows you too, and we'll talk about some stuff he's been doing in the world of politics, dance, comedy, music. He does it all. He's also from the hometown of Nashville, Tennessee, as I am. His name is Jon Early.
What up,
Jon Early with the facial hair. Oh my God, it looks so good.
It's unintentional.
Look at all that scruff.
I was in. What?
Who knew? I did not know that was possible.
Tennessee. I was in Tennessee and I didn't bring a razor. So there's no choice. And and it does feel there's no intention behind this. I like it. I want to be clear, but I'm not like trimming it. This is just how it is.
Okay.
I dig it. No, he needs to say that, because if he makes it sound like it's intentional, then it's just not. He would be criticized by all of us.
Not by me, Jon. I like, if you feel like you want to do a little more manicure, with yourself, I think it will be fine. But this whole rough woodsman, I'm gonna go get a bear or some shit, looks fucking fantastic.
I think
thank you.
Better than mine. I'll say that.
You what?
I think yours is better than mine.
No, hush.
Shame on you.
So, Jon, we've been asking all our guests, how did you? Because I know you're down there, you're doing putting a lot of energy into this election. How did you vote?
How did I vote? I got back to LA 2 days ago, so I just went and voted early yesterday because they're still open, or they were open for early voting up until yesterday. So yeah, I just went yesterday and it was so easy.
Oh, good.
Which I was like, should we be concerned that there's no one here?
I know.
They were like, no, it's people have been coming. I don't know. It was so streamlined, and then I did the electronic one with the.
I heard California is set up in a whole unique way past.
What are y'all doing?
New York. Well, I did absentee.
Okay.
So I mailed mine in and I saw it, but I heard that it's still the ballot in. And
not for me. Not in Brooklyn. In Brooklyn, we had the scanning. But the weird thing in Brooklyn, in my experience, is that the act of voting feels so big, and we talk about it like it's this big act as a citizen.
Mm-hmm.
And then when I was actually doing it in the little voting booth, it's just filling in this small little black dot, And I'm like, what if I get it wrong? And it's just, it's almost like it feels so small in the moment, but it is this big act, So it's just something that passed through my head when I was filling in my little bubble. I hadn't done that since my SATs,
I know. It's like, if they wanted us, they're always, trying to, they always want us to feel like it's this extremely meaningful civic duty, and and then you do it and it's so bureaucratic and mundane. But it's if they should do a little better job of I making it more sexy, but
they
I don't know.
Well, that's what we talked about. It should be a holiday. I think we all should eat sweets on that day. We should make it more of an event that we all support, like Thanksgiving. Why is Thanksgiving a thing? And not a holiday for voting? It makes it, I get angry when I think about all the votes that people are trying to stop from being counted. It really upsets me, because as small as this little action is, it's representative of how many people before us that fought to get
Yep.
that right.
Totally.
And we know this, but it's happening. And that's why I love that we're all together to avoid hearing any of that news.
Yes.
And I just want to point out to the world that Jon has been working so hard on behalf of a candidate from our home state, who I have also joined forces with him, but her name is Marquita Bradshaw, and I am so happy and proud to see my friends doing more than just voting and like getting involved in campaigns, and it's huge. That's another part of, I think, the aspect of voting that people should all take on. How's it been? Because for you, I don't know if you've done it to this extent before. Have you?
No, I've done certainly a million like little fundraiser shows over the years. And that's certainly increased as the world gets more and more crazy, but I've never been this directly involved with a campaign. And I think part of that is because it's truly a grassroots campaign. They do not have like millions of corporate dollars funneled into their campaign. They don't take super PAC money. They don't take dark money. It's like, so their staff is small. And like they didn't have any kind of, she won her primary with no ads.
Wow.
That's right.
No TV ads. And the kind of establishment-backed Democrat had tons of TV ads. And he had 2 million in his campaign, and she had only 22,000 when she won. So it's like,
yeah,
that's how she's using all of her like organizing skills from like decades of environmental activism and union organizing. And it's real. It's like, and she just kind of reignited all those old relationships all over Tennessee. And she went county to county. She knows how to talk to people about these things.
It's just like starting out in comedy and having one of those bring me shows,
Yes, totally.
You just go out on the streets and talk to people and say, please come to my show. It's truly why artists understand the struggle. I swear.
Totally. And artists, I feel like I understand that, just like the days of just like messaging people, just begging people to let me be on their shows and putting my own shows on. And, I do feel like comedians are kind of well suited for organizing in a way. It's cheesy, but it's true. I think, sorry, there's just a huge helicopter outside. My house is shaking.
You can't hear it. You cannot hear it.
Okay, good.
Now, Jon, were you
attached?
Were you attached to the candidate in the campaign before the primary, or did she get put on your radar after the primary?
Literally, I had not heard of her, and then she won her primary, and I saw on like Sunrise Movement's like social media that this was a candidate they had endorsed, and I was like, what, in Tennessee? I was like, what the hell is going on? And I just immediately saw that story of her like having $2.18 in her bank account when she filed her campaign. My word.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thanks, Shanali.
Become a candidate.
and then like I saw that story, and I was like, I was waiting for it to blow up in a kind of Charles Booker way, like the way that Charles Booker had just a swell of of grassroots support against an establishment-backed Democrat. And that was a moment that moved me so much, and made me feel like there's hope to have these candidates in the South who like prove that like super progressive policies are actually just like bread and butter.
Yeah.
Like when we're like, that's the thing, is these policies have become so politicized, and you have like Fox News being like, it's socialist, and you have Democrats being like, it's socialist, and then it's like, actually these policies are about literally just helping working people, getting them healthcare, getting them an honest wage, making sure their air, water, soil is clean. It's like the most normal shit ever. And like, I felt like Charles Booker was this opportunity for people to see that, And then, so when Marquita happened, I was like, why isn't this as big as Charles Booker? And I was like, God damn it, I'm going to make it huge.
I'm so glad.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
You've done a lot. And And it's great because actually in the press, because I just want to see what momentum in a bigger way outside of even where we're from, which is actually all that matters there. But you know, getting the support, I mean, it goes back to them. And I noticed like in the Times, I noticed different articles sort of talking about her emerging as, you know, a star. And that's beautiful because I don't think, you know, she said that my story is even bigger than I had planned on it being, because she didn't know she was going to be the only Black woman running for Senate in the United States right now. The first Black woman that is the candidate of either political party in Tennessee. Those are two things she didn't know. She was just wanting to be one of the first environmental activists to be on a ballot, you know?
Yeah. No, the candidacy, there's so many kind of like entry points for people like to be excited about her campaign, which is part of why I've been like, guys, like where's the buzz, you know? And I think a huge part of that is in these we spend so much time on these swing states, which is obviously essential to defeating Trump, of course. And like I'm so happy people have that covered, but it is really dangerous to only focus on those states every 4 years and not let people like Marquita come out from under the like cynicism and change politics. It's like,
so how are you feeling now that we're on the election eve and you've put in all this hard work about the campaign? Do you think that Tennessee's waking up, or do you think it's going to be tight? Is it a nail biter?
I have honestly no idea. Like part of the problem is that I spent like 5 days with her, and so I'm like so under her spell, and was like, she has this like just deep kind of confidence in her like capacity to organize, and she should, and she was proved because she's very experienced, and she's also just proved during the primary that she could like shock people, you know. So she's just like, we're gonna, that line in that campaign video that I made that Justin helped color correct, by the way, that
awesome
line,
video.
I don't know if I'm allowed to say that, but that line, like at the end where she's like, when she says we're going to surprise some people, like that is literally like, that's a direct quote, you know, like, and she's, and by the way, it's like, even if she doesn't win, it's like, if she can pull in close, that will change politics in Tennessee. And I really think in the country, but like,
that's just as important. I mean,
yes,
I think that's what people don't realize, why every vote matters, is because even if it doesn't affect this election, it affects the next election, and it affects all the money that is going future, and it makes Tennessee more relevant. I think.
And if we can show people that like you don't act, like she's done this with pure like just volunteer, like with volunteer power, people power, and like small donations, and like, and no support from like the kind of, I'm very little support from like the Tennessee Democratic Party. Sorry. And you know, so it's people, if we can prove that like that alone can get you close, imagine what you could do with like support from these institutions that are already there and have resources. But I was gonna say so I really don't know. I have no clue. There are a lot of people I talk to in Tennessee who are like, you know, good luck. And I'm like, well, yeah, like, come on. What, like,
I agree.
All we can do is try. I'm like,
yeah. And I'm so happy that you're like our final guest, because, you know, what we've been focusing on and what I focus on is like what you just said, the swing states, the fact that we're, you know, we have the presidential election, but it is about the process. It is about the journey and not just the destination. It is about engaging and finding, reigniting constituents' passions, everything that you're just talking about. And this is completely off topic, but you have to forgive me because we're about 4.5 hours deep into it. I'm wondering if you had a Halloween costume, and if not, had you ever considered the picture behind Justin's head? I think you're a spitting image of
Kurt.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah,
you
tried that?
That's so, I'm honored. I've never considered being Kurt. I didn't even.
There's some extensions.
I could full, and this sweater is so like.
That's what I'm saying.
90s,
it's like
grunge.
Yes.
Well, oh my god! I actually have a huge story.
Oh, please.
This sweater I got at a little kind of like LA, like in a parking lot, like little kind of fair where everyone like was making their own crafts and stuff. and one guy had a little rack of like beautiful vintage pieces, like maybe 8 things on it, and the sweater was on. I was like obsessed with it because it's bizarre. It's got this bizarre kind of shape to it. What if I stood up full Jeffrey Tubin? It's got this interesting shape, and it's like got this weird kind of like yellow color and undertones, whatever. So I was like in love with it, and he was like, this used to belong to Stephen Jenkins, the lead singer of Third Eye Blind.
No. I was gonna shut up. You know what I was gonna say? I was like, is that the lead singer of Blind Melon? Shannon was
Blind.
like, but Third Eye Blind. Oh my God, that's crazy.
He's like, he's my friend.
That's awesome.
That's crazy. I almost
can't
have to
you
look
see
that
this
up.
on him?
I feel like I've seen that. I feel like I have to look that up now because I'm like, wait, the sweater seems. That's so crazy, but I love that that's the selling point.
So you're giving off rock star vibe, Jon. That's why I just made the connection to Kirk.
Thank you. Well, I was like, I spent hours on Getty Images looking up, find him in like paparazzi photos, like with the coffee wearing this. I was like, because I was like, imagine the post, imagine the Insta post. And I couldn't find it anywhere.
You couldn't? Because
No.
I imagine that guy is going to tell him that you have his sweater, and he's going to be Googling, like trying to find the Getty Images of you in his sweater. It's going to happen. Yeah. Oh my God. I am so excited to see it. I miss him. We don't get
I
to
miss
see
you,
him anymore.
Chanel. How are you?
Man,
I
I'm
know
alive.
you're deep into it. But...
Oh no, but we were just so happy to
I'm
see.
going to drop off.
Okay, thank you, Justin. I'm
Bye,
wishing that
Justin.
Jasper pops in to see you, but Jasper has the same vibe as you right now. It's like his hair is long and curly. America,
Yeah.
this is where it gets down to the nitty gritty, the real talk. That this is how we talk. And I'm just telling you, he looks so hot. It's so nice to be with him this pandemic. He's baked pies for me, and he baked it without me asking. He made me a hot toddy last night when you and I, Christian, were doing our testing, and like I was busy working, and he came home, and it's so nice to have that, and I never take it for granted, ever. I never take it for granted.
What kind of pies does he make?
He made this apple pie. You guys look up Petey's Pies from Brooklyn, Peetey, and they have their recipes, and they show how to make the crust. And he made, it's just so good. So we're doing okay, but we're all just like you in that, like, for me, no day, if I'm not doing work on behalf of this election, I feel like I'm not doing something I should be. And so that's why I'm going to say it's super comforting to have a friend like you that's invested so much time into a person and a campaign. And that's the way I wish more people would be. So
that's really sweet. It's purely because of, like, not to deflect here, but it's like I would never be able to do this for any other candidate. Like, I mean, there are a few other candidates, of course I would, but like there are very few candidates like Marquita who have this like ability to help people understand. Just like, I mean, she literally doesn't mention her opponent. She doesn't mention Trump. She's just like, she's not in this kind of like crazy discourse that we're all in on Twitter. She's just on the ground being like, do you want clean air?
Yeah.
And it's like, I'm like, that's how we're gonna get out of this hellscape, is if we stop the like fucking whatever this screaming is and just be like, do you want healthcare? Do you want cleaner?
Totally.
Well, I think it's very Tennessee of, like, I think that's the positive of where we grew up, is that I feel that that's how we get through the day to day. If you have the belief system that she does, we can't talk about Trump, and we can't talk about, like, that would never work. I don't think.
Totally.
I think that's the way we all navigate. But because of Marquita, that event that I had benefit for her, this other guy that's running as a representative named Kiran Tripathi, a representative, she blows me away, but it's another, and they have been working together for weeks. They've been campaigning together. And he said, look, she wins, I win. Like, we have to support each other, but he's brilliant. I hope he wins. You know,
Me too.
it's a love fest. And we got to help. And I feel like you, if they don't win tomorrow, we're going to help them win in the future. So,
Exactly. I'll see her in the house, honestly.
Yeah, exactly.
In 2 years. Like,
yeah.
It's I feel like she's a big enough name now that like she could easily run and win a House seat.
Totally.
So cool.
Yeah. What about you? When are you going to run for office?
I am running and I'm announcing my candidacy on your show tonight. I'm running for biggest bitch.
With a beard.
Yeah. And yeah.
How's Gordon?
That's awesome.
He's good. He's at work right now. He's been working for this artist in LA who lives like literally around the block. It's like a minute long walk. He found an incredible job in the pandemic somehow.
Gosh.
So he's been just like helping out this artist lady, and he's good. You know,
That's
it's great. It's a bizarre bizarre time. It'll be so weird tonight. I feel hopeful though. I don't know. How do you feel?
I do too. I'm so. It's like the scared part is because I'm so hopeful. So
yeah.
I don't
totally.
know, but
Often linked.
I like how all of our goods are just in that we're alive, we're taking care of business, we have loved ones around us, like you two are two of my loved ones. But meanwhile, we just don't want our country to burn to the ground and get taken over by fascism. So
yeah,
you know, that's the end of the day. That's what we all hope happens.
Let's keep the vibe alive.
Thank
you so much, Jon, for being part of our show, our election marathon.
Thank you guys.
We love you so much, and we'll
I
see
love
you
you guys. It
soon.
was so good to see you again and
You
have
too.
fun.
This is sardines out of a
Thank
can
you.
right here.
I know.
Yeah.
Full room.
Oh my god!
Literally the whole group.
This is us. Wow.
Bye.
All right,
Bye, you guys.
Love you. Bye. Oh wow, C-Rex, we did this.
We did. Well done.
Gosh,
Jason, Justin,
guys.
thank you. And thank you everyone for being a part of this, the first ever for us.
Can I just run down the names and then just
Let's
so they
do
get
it.
all of the names, and I have the list right here. Marcellus Hall, Jon Glaser, Matt Arnold, Cocoon Central Dance Team, David Cross, Kendra Cunningham, Jeff Goldstein, Tash Neal and Chelsea White, Eric Slovin, Tommy Doe, Tyson Meade, Negin Farsad, Emmrose, Cornmo, Katie Compa, Keith Raniere, who is also known and played by Roy Koshy, who is amazing, Brad Lauretti, Nimesh Patel, Maggy Adeleye, John Early. We also want to thank Greg Johnson for submitting a video that we did not get to play. We love him dearly. I don't think he'll be too angry. He knows how showbiz works. But Christian, thank you for doing this with me.
Absolutely.
And going through all of this with me. Love you so much.
Likewise.
You and I are gonna have some drinks after this on Zoom. And Jason and Justin, thank you. America, we love you. Thank you.
Until next time, people, let's keep the hope alive.
Hope alive. We love you. Jason, come on in and say bye or say our goodbyes together. Justin, Chimney.
Hello.
Goodbye.
Peace out, people.
All right.
Bye.